Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a good afternoon. Okay, so I want to take a little bit of time today to go over the patch notes, or not patch notes, I'm sorry, what do we call them, Tavern Talk notes. The notes that the devs gave us the other day. I want to talk a little bit about everything that they said, the PvE mode, the different gear brackets, the way that gear is going to be in the future. So I want to kind of discuss that with you all. And then also I want to do some more Cleric gameplay. That said, welcome Nuggets, welcome Larry Garda, welcome Citizen Red, and everybody else who is currently here. Also, when we do get started with the notes, I am going to wait a little bit, just so more people can join. When we do get started with the note reading, if you're on Twitch, I will have a command, !wipe, if you want to see the notes for yourself while we're kind of discussing and reading through some stuff. If you're on YouTube, I'm going to have the pinned comment for notes. So feel free to look at that if you like. Right. That's it. Again, I'm going to wait a little bit, maybe 20-30 minutes or so before I really start getting into them. I want to at least give people a little bit of time to join. So for the time being, I might just do like 1 or 2 games first and foremost. However, we can still talk about it a little bit if you want before we like really start diving into the like official notes. Okay. That said, just give me a second. I'm just making sure that my my cleric's good to go. I tried to play High Roller the other day, and it seems really dead at the moment. I don't know if it's just that everybody is currently playing Arena, or if it's because the Demigod grind is over, but I was seeing basically 0 players in HR, which kind of sucks. So I think I am kind of forced to play normals, at least for the time being. I imagine maybe even probably until Arena is reclosed, I imagine. Then hopefully we can see some people running like artifacts and stuff. That's my hope, at least. I don't know if it'll happen that way, but that's what happened last wipe, so I'd assume that it would be the same case. Because maybe after wipe closes, everyone will be bored. And, you know, they'll start running all their stuff for end of wipe. Yeah, I saw that, Citizen Red. I did see that. I am interested. Did the devs go super in depth on the boss spawning? I know there was a mention about items being used to spawn them. But as far as like specific details go, I don't know anything super specific. All right, let's go into a warm-up game, and then we'll do some discussion on all that stuff. Hey, Darogan, welcome in, good to see you. You hope we can get at least some class skill changes, make things good or bad. Passives as well, new season, but actually it's the same. Yeah, I noticed. I wanted to mention that too. When we started to do the discussion portion of the stream. I am a little bit concerned isn't really the word. I noticed that there is a kind of a lack of content going into the next wipe. So we're gonna end up getting what? You know, we're gonna get the PvE mode, we're gonna get the different gear brackets and stuff like that. But there's not really any big content that we're gonna be getting, which is a little bit worrying, at least for the longevity of wipe. Like, how long are we as a community, or, you know, how long are people gonna be engaged or, you know, excited for wipe? Someone is like right behind me. Sorry. Okay. Poor barbarian. Poor barb. He freaking thought. He thought. Sad days. Oh my god. I feel so bad for these barbarians. They think they're a melee class, and then they have to fight clerics that are just better than them in melee. I can't imagine. I couldn't imagine that. Anyway. For you, it feels like the next wipe is just the end of wipe with is just the end of wipe of the season with a mob or two. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that a little bit. That's definitely something I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit, for sure. Like, after reading all the notes, I'm a little bit, I don't know, I'm just a little skeptical that there's enough content for the entire wipe, but I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, for sure. They did say about half the content they plan on adding hasn't been mentioned yet. Okay. Is that true? So here's the thing. If that is the case and they only showed us half the content, I have to ask the question, why? Why is Iron Mace hiding content when the wipe is only a week away? I would think they would want to kind of, I don't know, get people hyped up for the wipe. You know, it's only a week away. What's the point of keeping stuff hidden? I think this is kind of like the point in time where you would want to do, or you would want to kind of share off like everything you have. What was that? I have no idea. 100%. You would think they would want to hype up the wipe, not wait till the day of. Well, that's kind of my thought. Although, so, I'm a little bit worried about the PvE mode, because I think what people are expecting PvE to be is not what we're going to end up getting. And, I will definitely, I definitely want to talk about that a little bit. I don't know what you guys are expecting PvE mode to be, but what I was personally expecting was a game mode where you I was thinking of like a full-fledged mode where you probably spawn by yourself. Or, well, no, that was really it. I was thinking like a mode where you spawn by yourself with like separated, like a completely separate mode. But it doesn't really sound like that's what we're getting. Which, I saw some people on Reddit also talking about that, which I wanted to, which I think is like really valid. Because some people say they're a little bit disappointed. There's a lot of clerics in my games. My god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Anyway, a nice little warm-up game while we waited for everybody. Let me see. Do we have enough people to go ahead and discuss this, guys? I think we probably could. Yeah, I think we're okay to go ahead and start doing this. Alright. So first of all, shout out to So Bad Strange. He is the one who put together the summarization. I was gonna go through the dev info myself and summarize, but So Bad did it already, and I saw it on Reddit, so I am gonna use his summarization as a, you know, just as like a blanket. Just an easy way to kind of summarize for you guys, so, you know, obviously, shout out to him for setting that up. Makes my life a lot easier. I was gonna go through the dev and just summarize it, but there's no point in doing that if he already did it. Alright, let's see. So give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pull it up on the screen here. Friendly reminder, if you're on YouTube, I do have this linked. So if you want to see the dev notes yourself, you are welcome to. If you want to see them on Twitch, you can do !wipe, and you can also read the notes yourself as well. So both YouTube and Twitch, you guys can look at this whenever you would like. I'm going to move my camera too, because it might end up being in the way. Okay. Sorry. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm going to move my camera real quick. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So there's a few things that I specifically wanted to talk about regarding this wipe. So first and foremost, the adventure mode, which is what the PvE mode is going to be called, this is not going to be a separated mode from the main game. So gear is going to carry over from PvE to PvP. Specifically, what I'm saying is you can go to PvE mode and you can use the gear. From my understanding, you're not going to be able to trade the gear, but you are going to be able to use it. So the modes are going to be connected. But the big thing is that, from my understanding, it is going to act just like a normal game would, but you are going to have, everybody's going to be spawning on top, like, not on top of each other, but everyone's going to be spawning in the same map, and it's going to be just like a normal PvP match would be, except everybody's going to be spawning, whatever, everyone's going to be spawning nearby. The problem I have with this, and what I specifically want to talk about for PvE mode, and I want your guys' opinion on this, because I'm a little bit worried that this mode is not, like, gonna work out like the devs want it to, okay? So, as of right now, with people spawning in the same dungeon for PvE, I am worried that you are going to have a lot of people trying to grief bosses and high points of interest. So instead of PvE mode feeling like a lax environment where people can learn the game and kind of go at their own pace, I am worried that the direction that the developers are going is going to result in not quite the environment that I think that SDF is wanting the game to go. So here is my vision of what's gonna happen in Dark and Darker for PvE mode, okay? My vision is I am gonna spawn with other people, okay? Let's say there's 4 teams of 3, okay? And we all spawn. My worry is that the boss is gonna end up being this, like, contested point of interest, because you can still use that gear for PvP. And the people that want to just kind of casually play and learn the boss as they go, they're going to have the problem where everyone else is going to maybe even start griefing the boss. Because if I'm a player and I join, I could just wait by the boss and wait for other people to kill it for me and maybe steal the loot, which doesn't sound like a great system to me. So as of right now, we do know that there's only going to drop epic grade and below. There's no gear score or grade cap. We do know it's going to be trios only, but you can join as lower group size. I don't think that's an issue personally. What I'm really worried about is the amount of griefing that may or may not come from everybody joining. I was kind of under the impression that this was going to be a mode where you would be by yourself because it's PvE. I wasn't really expecting other people to be in the dungeon with you. So, I guess what I'm really trying to say here in my, like, over-convoluted speech is, what do you guys think about this mode specifically? Because I am personally kind of worried that this is not going to end up going as well as they want it to. If everything I said makes sense to you, hopefully everything I'm saying makes sense. You know what? Actually, I want to show this Reddit post too. So this is kind of where so I had this thought already, but then I saw this Reddit post that kind of really well encaptured what my thoughts were. So this is just a post that we're talking about the adventure mode, the PvE mode. So this is what this guy said, okay? Warpath Wooly. He said, the way they're implementing it seems a little surprising. I wasn't big into PvE, but I thought it would be cool sometimes to just load in and slowly clear the place, maybe some time to learn bosses. But it's going to be filled with other people in groups, so the modules are going to be cleared, everybody's going to be fighting the boss, and you guess whoever loots faster will get the loot from bodies. So I can already see people lining up at the boss store, waiting for other people to kill the boss so they can run in and take everything. Then he talks about his friend being bad at PvP, and that's why he wanted to play PvE mode. So I 100% agree with this guy, and I actually thought about this before I even saw this Reddit post. I think this guy is 100% right. I don't know. I am really, really worried. I think this PvE mode is just going to be filled with constant griefing. You know, you're talking about a player base that is centered around PvP. I bet your ass that you're going to have people joining PvE mode with the only intention of speed clearing bossing because they can't get affected by PvP. Right? There's people who hasn't thought about it. Isn't it just the logical conclusion? Well, apparently Iron Mace hasn't thought about it because that's how the game is gonna be. That's like the big thing I wanted to talk about as far as the PvE mode is concerning. Like obviously not, because that's how it's gonna be. You think that is an issue when the player count is as low as it is? If the wipe brings a decent player count, then it won't be an issue. The player count isn't the problem. My issue is not my issue is not whether those players are not in the lobbies. My issue is that you're gonna have people spawning like a normal PvP match, but everybody is gonna still kind of be against each other because everybody's gonna be fighting over key resources, from bosses to big golden chests and everything like that. So my problem is that it feels like this PvE mode is just gonna end up being a big grief fest. You loot faster if you kill the boss, it's not a problem. Okay, so answer me this, Alfonso. You're fighting the cave troll, okay? You're sitting in there for a few minutes and it's almost dead. I come in, I hit the cave troll once or twice, and it dies because I got the last hit. So now I get to loot the body because I got the finishing kill. So, with that said, is that not a problem? Is that not going to be extremely annoying to deal with? Because that does not sound very fun to me. I mean, what do you think? Am I wrong here? No. The way the boss works is the person who gets the very last hit and kills the boss is the one that will, yeah, the one that gets the last hit and the one that gets the kill is the one who gets to loot the boss. The loot in PvE mode is bad, so it's not a problem. Purple gear and below is not bad. A lot of the times when I build HR kits, I'll just wear purples. Like, purples are perfectly fine for HR. Because it's all about the rolls. Like, give me like a purple dexterity ring with like 1 true fizz on it or something, and that's perfectly fine, you know? So then what does the game look like? Everyone gathered around a golden chest waiting for it to be opened? Well, that's what I'm worried about, right? My worry is that because people are not going to be separated in this PvE mode, that it's going to just end up being like a free-for-all where everyone's fighting over like scraps of loot. That is the problem. You would like that the boss room locks if someone's in it for PvE. I would actually be okay with that, but I don't think that's happening. I would be perfectly fine with that. That would actually resolve quite a bit of issue. Here's another food for thought. Let's say I kill the cave troll, or I kill Ghost King, and now the door opens for the gold pile. Everybody who's around me now gets to run and loot gold pile, and I will not be able to. It's like small stuff like that that makes it feel like I'm not really so sure if the PvE is going to be great. Also, there are so correct me if I'm wrong, there are certain items that you can use that can also affect other players indirectly. For example, Molotovs. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, if you throw a Molotov on the ground, that has friendly fire, right? Because you can't just run through fire. So if I throw a Molotov down, I can't walk through my own Molotov. I think that's how that works. So, are people going to be able to, like, bring Molotovs because it's kind of just a, I don't know, like, I hope there's not, like, weird, like, I hope there's not, like, weird things that end up also still being, like, able to kill players in a non-PvP environment. If that, that might be something that, like, hopefully they can code and fix. That's just, like, one example. I'm sure, like, maybe ranger traps, too. But that's not really my big issue. Because that's more, like, griefing that Iron Mace can fix, for sure. But yeah, I am a little bit worried about, like, people fighting over stuff and everyone feeling like, here's another example. What if you have like, what if you have a rogue? You know, they run around, they get a bunch of mobs and they go invis on people, you know? You believe I'm looking at it from the perspective of someone who can play the game? What do you mean by that, prop? Are you saying that the people that want to play the PvE mode might not be the people or the demographic that would have this problem? You know, maybe the people that are playing PvE are not worried about, like, boss rushing and stuff like that, Because that might be the case. It depends on how good or bad the loot is, I think. Most bosses are way harder to kill if there's multiple people in the room with you as well. You know, Drew, that's a good thought too. So here's another situation. All right, let me go back to the bossing. Let's say let's say I'm fighting Cave Troll. You guys know how fighting Cave Troll is easier as a solo than as a team? I have watched like teams of 3 go into Goblin Caves, and they let like the Bard go and kill the boss, and the other guys sit outside the room. You know how annoying it's gonna be if you want to practice Cave Troll on solo, or you want to practice it in general, and then other people just come into the room and purposely mess up the boss aggro? I know there's gonna be dumb shit like this because you're not by yourself. Maybe I'm overreacting and all of this is a non-issue, but I am like genuinely a little bit worried that this PvE mode is not going. I just don't know if it's gonna work the way that Iron Mace is wanting it to work, with this in mind. That's a troll problem. They should fix the aggro on troll. Perhaps, Solia, perhaps it's a troll problem. However, that said, you and I both know that the troll is not getting changed before the wipe happens. If you honestly think that the troll is going to have a different aggro pattern for next wipe, I don't know. I would love to be wrong. I would absolutely love to be wrong, but I just don't know if that's going to be the case or not. You can still haste and viz the boss. Zyvan, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Dude, can you imagine how troll that would be? Go into a PvE mode with a wizard, and then start haste and vizzing the boss when other people have aggro to it. Yeah, that is funny. That is really funny. Hopefully no one does that, but I'm sure someone will. What if someone tries something with Warlock, Hydra, Druid Tree, or the Sorcerer Golem body? Well, that's another thing, too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, you body block in this game, right? Like, you don't phase through teammates. So what if you just have people that just body block you? And then you can't touch them, you know? Like, don't get me wrong. I actually want... I don't mind PvE mode. I'm a hardcore PvP player. However, that said, I have said multiple times in the past that I would not mind a full-fledged PvE mode in Dark and Darker, as long as it's separate from the main game. But I'm really worried that the amount of griefing that is going to go on because of the way that Iron Mace is implementing it is just kind of, it's a little scary. No, I don't know what the word is, but it's a little bit, I'm a little nervous that the way they're setting this up is not going to be good, unfortunately. They said they're disabling player blocking and other things to help with trolling. Okay, so that is not going to be a problem. That's good, at least. So that's -1 troll. Okay, that's actually a good thing, JWL. I'm glad to hear that. Player question will be removed. Okay, that's good. So they already thought about that. Okay, that's good. That's good. So we'll completely ignore, yeah, -1 issue. So we'll completely ignore the collision problem. That's good. I'm very glad that they've already thought about that, because that would be really silly if you could body block people. That said, the other problems that I discussed about bossing, I think is still valid. You know, trying to kill people, aggroing the boss, trying to steal boss loot with the final hit, trying to steal like the gold pile, or just in general, trying to do anything to steal from people in a mode that's supposed to not be PvP, I'm sure is going to be a problem. So that said, all right, let's say you don't give 2 shits about PvE mode, right? Let's say you don't care about PvE, all right? I think it still matters, even if you're not a PvE mode player, because if you want Dark and Darker to do well, because I do, personally, I shit on the devs sometimes, but I still want this game to do well, which is why I'm here discussing this mode that I will probably almost never play. I still don't want the wipe to release and then see the player count for PvE mode just completely plummet, because it's full of griefing and all this other BS, you know? I thought it was worth talking about. Even though I am not a PvE player, I still thought it was worth mentioning. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. I don't think I am, though. I imagine pickpocket will not work in PvE mode. That would be way too troll. Surely that is not going to be a thing. Okay, so that said, I want to talk a little bit about the queue change, real quick. So we already talked a lot about the PvE and everything that I am kind of worried about. Specifically, though, they're also changing the queues, and I'm curious what you guys think about that as well. This is another one of those things that I personally do not take part in, but I know there's a lot of other people that do, okay? So normals, 0 to 24. This mode here, 0 to 24. My understanding is there is a lot of people that play this mode. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but most people enjoy playing here. And this mode specifically is getting taken out of the game in favor of basically being replaced by the PvE mode. I actually think that's good. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say this is actually a good thing. I saw some people say that they think this is a bad change, but I am going to disagree personally. I think normals being 0 to 124 is perfectly fine because you'll have the PvE mode to go to if you don't want to get gear dipped by other players. And 124 is not that high of a gear score to where I think you are like at all unkillable. I think this is perfectly fine. The problem is there's too many queues. So right now, I did the math on it the other day. Right now, there is 0 to 24, 25 to 124, solo, duo, trio. And then high roller, same difference. And then you can go and, you know, it's the same for every map, right? So right now, there are, 3, 6, 9, 12. So it's 6 per. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. There are 36 different queues per server. And then you have to multiply 36 by 8. And that's the number of queues the game currently has. I talked about this the other day, and why it feels like a lot of times you'll see empty servers, or it feels like the game is dead. So I know some people are not going to be happy about this change, but I think this is needed. I don't think you can have too many queues because you're also going to be sucking a lot of players that play 0 to 24 into the PvE. So I think this is a good thing. I'm just gonna put it out there now. I think this is fine. Even though not everyone will agree with me. I think this is beneficial for the game to have less queues. That said, they're changing how the gear drops are gonna be working as well. So normals drops up the legendary. HRQ, there's 2 of them now. So HR is not always the same. You can't play 0 to 224 HR. Like this. You can't play the lower gear score bracket of HR and just get the same gear that you can in the higher bracket. That is being changed, which is a big deal. Now you can get no artifacts unless you're in 225 or above, which is a really big deal. PvE is only going to be 3v3, so it's only 1 queue per server. Yes. But that's 1 queue per map, right? And you also have to consider all the people that would normally be queuing for normals that are now going to just queue for PvE instead. I would also argue that regardless, there's just too many queues in the game right now. If you add up, so it's 36 queues per server times 8. What is that number, like 280? The 288? It's somewhere around that number. It's somewhere around the 280s, I think. That is way too many queues for a game like this. Again, I know not everybody's going to agree, but I think with the addition of PvE mode, I think this is a good change. Personally, I think having 3 separate queues is perfectly fine because everybody will now have the option to go to PvE mode. Yes, you can go into PvE mode solo. That is correct. So there will only be one queue for PvE, and it'll be trio, but you can queue in by yourself or as a duo. Right now, yes, that is correct. The queue changes make sense for the overall pipeline of PvE 0 to 124 and HR. I agree, Simple. I agree 100%. I think that is true. I don't think PvE mode should have separate queues for solo, duo, trio. There's no point. It's already PvE. Why do you as a solo need to be in a separate lobby from a trio? There's literally no difference that I can think of, at least. I think it's fine. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there should be multiple queues for PvE, at least with the way Iron Mace is doing it. I would have rather just seen it be a completely separate mode and just play solo or with a team, and then the gear is like completely separate too. Maybe like at the start of the screen, maybe like here. Maybe here you can like choose PvE mode or something, or maybe when you go to select the map, it like changes something. I don't know. I was kind of envisioning a different stash tab, you know? I was thinking of having like a PvE stash and then a PvP stash. If it's PvE, why do you need a server? Well, it's because of how Iron Mace is doing it. Iron Mace is not making it as in you're joining a server by yourself and then just playing. Iron Mace is creating it in a way where you are going to have different people on the map anyway. So it's already going to be a thing. So I'm saying this with the knowledge of how Iron Mace is planning to create their PvE mode. If that makes sense. Yeah, you might be right, though. You might be right, Mr. X. Maybe it shouldn't be separate. Maybe incentivizing people to farm PvE for, like, basic gear for PvP servers is fine. I don't, just to be clear, even though I said that, I don't mind the way this is currently set up. I think this is perfectly okay. I think having 3 different queues, and then the PvE mode being separate with, like, gear being, you know, captured is fine. I'm just worried about the griefing that's gonna come from having people together in a PvE mode. So we're on the same page. I'm kind of just talking out loud here. I'm not disagreeing with the way they're doing it. It's more I'm just kind of talking and just saying what I thought was gonna happen. I was just wrong, obviously. Make it so PvE mode can drop any gear like artifacts, but make it separate from PvP. Well, that's what I thought it was gonna be like. Dark. That's what I thought. I was imagining just having a separate server where you can still get like any kind of gear you want, and then you kind of just go from there. So I was imagining people going into PvE with like artifacts obtained from bosses, and then they could just stay in PvE mode and use those, but you know, obviously it's not like quite the case. Can anyone answer a question for me? Is there... So there's no gear score or grade cap, right? For PvE. Does this mean that I can acquire an artifact weapon in PvP mode? Or from the market or whatever, and then carry that over to PvE and just play around with it? Does this mean that we finally have a way to use artifact named weapons at any time of the wipe for free? Because you can't lose them. Well, I guess you can lose them because if you die to mobs, but like, as long as you don't die to mobs, like, you're good, right? You can just use artifacts for fun. You can. You can have... Well, it sounds like you can, right? You can't have artifacts in normals? Well, look at this, though. It's... Well, unless this is wrong. It says here there's no gear score or grade cap. This is the words from the summary. So that's why I'm asking for confirmation. My understanding is you can't loot the artifacts in PvE, but you can bring the artifacts into PvE. No restriction at all. Yeah, so as long as you don't die from mobs, you will never lose an artifact weapon, which would be kind of fun. I'll go into Goblin Caves with like a full best in slot artifact name kit. And we'll just go kill goblins with it for fun. Or something like that. That might be mildly entertaining to do. Will you get the gear back from the goblin? Oh my god, wait a minute. How does that work? Okay, back to the griefing. All right. Can you loot people's dead bodies? So if I see somebody fighting cave troll and I run in and get them killed by troll, can I now loot their body? Or are bodies unlootable? Or if I'm a rogue and I lure a bunch of mobs and then I stealth on top of somebody and they die to those mobs, can I now loot that body? Or are our player bodies going to be unlootable? I think you should not be able to loot players' bodies. I don't know if that's been talked about or not, but you definitely shouldn't be able to loot them, right? I would assume unlootable. So does that mean if you die in PvE mode, no matter what, you can buy the gear back from the Goblin Merchant? Right. Yeah, because that would mean that you could possibly collude with players to give them gear in dungeon. Something like that. I don't know when that would be useful, but I'm assuming that you can't do that. Okay, anyway, we can go back and talk about that more if you guys want. I want to talk a little bit more about the stuff at the bottom here too. So dungeon changes, the express guy's coming back, the express man. I'm a little surprised. I'm not upset about it. I'm glad it's coming back, but I'm surprised because they got rid of it before. So I don't know why they got rid of it just to bring him back. It's a little weird. High roller bosses will not always be spawned, but summonable with craftable items. So that's another big one that I'm a little surprised about. Sub bosses and high tier chests will have crafting components to summon bosses. I'm assuming that if I have to spend resources to summon a boss, that boss better have really good gear, like way better gear than it does this current season. I know that Iron Mace mentioned wanting to increase gear for higher modes. I don't know if it's here somewhere, but I know it was mentioned. But just kind of putting it out there that this is changing. So, FYI, if you didn't know, there is going to be some kind of summon mechanic for bosses. People will sell those resources? Oh, absolutely. 100% they'll be sold. For sure. Hey, Itachi, you're new. You haven't played the game in a few days, and the new season release. Itachi, the new season releases on April 10th. So it's about a week from now. I'm just going over everything that is currently planned to change for Wipe on April 10th. They said new HR bossing will have better loot. That's what I saw too. I didn't know where it was said, but I knew it was said for sure. I just didn't know where. More uniques and more artifacts? Okay. So it'll be worth summoning them, it sounds like. Okay. Or what if someone brings an artifact, hides it in the map, and then the lobby has to find it first? Do you mean like hide and go seek? I mean, maybe that could be fun, yeah. Maybe. If you want to give away your named items. You'll finally get some friends to play the game and get them used to it, or they bounced very early and didn't try because of the full loot PvP. Well, hopefully the PvE mode helps them get used to the game, and then, who knows, maybe they'll end up wanting to play PvP mode at some point, or not. You know, I don't know your friends, so hard to say for sure. What about players stealing your portals and extracts? Well, there's a lot of extracts right now that are, you can use them multiple times, right? Am I wrong on that? No, they close, don't they? I mean, it might be a problem, yeah. Because most exits are, not every exit is an infinite. I'm thinking of like the ones on like ruins where you go down, the red ones, like you can use those as many times as you want. But if it's like a blue portal, you know, obviously that's a one-time use. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, that could be another grief, but I don't know if there's really anything Iron Base can do about that. If they allow legendaries and uniques into PvE mode, they're trolling unless you can't loot other players. Well, that's exactly my thought, right? That's exactly my thought. It seems a little... It would be really wrong if players are able to be looted. But that it also means that if you can't loot players, then you always get it back from the dungeon merchant. Or the, you know, the goblin merchant, which means that you can risk-free bring any gear you want and you can never lose it. Which, I don't know if that's Iron Mace's intention, but that's how it's going to be if you can't be looted, because, you know, if it has a 100% chance rate, then you're always going to get it back. Just a thought. If in PvE mode, there was no way to lose the gear you came in the dungeon with, this game has future not filtering a lot of rage quitters. Well, I mean, yeah. It might feel kind of silly, though. Having a game mode where even if you die, you always get all of your gear back might end up getting kind of boring, too. Okay, anyway, so there's going to be 2 new monsters. These guys, I don't know if you guys see them very well, but this, like, purple thing and the dog. Those will be 2 new monsters getting... I don't know. I don't know what they're going to be. He looks like a boss. I don't know if that's for sure or not. If anyone's excited for the water map, it is not being released for wipe, FYI. The water map is not going to be ready till later. My guess is probably next wipe. So FYI, it is not being added. There's some kind of new spellbook and new artifacts being added, but we don't have any other info on that either. There's quest changes coming. So the plan for quests are 12 weeks of gated quests. There's going to be more quests, new quest mechanics, all merchants having quest lines, merchants having their own features. Wait, new merchants will have its own feature, much different than anything we've seen so far. I don't know what that means. We'll just have to wait and see. Also, they're going to have way better rewards for finishing quests. I don't know about you guys. I am really, really bad at doing quests in this game. All the time. I just don't do them. So, just putting it out there. I'm really, really bad at doing these. So, we'll see if I can bring myself to do them this wipe or not. Ryan68 says 8 new mobs, only 2 announced. Okay. So, these are the 2 guaranteed mobs, and we'll have 8 total. Okay. They're going to change the leaderboards, too. There's going to be a weekly leaderboard for HR. The OGs will remember that HR used to have a different kind of leaderboard than what we have right now. It was a really different time. We used to have to fight for total kills in HR. It was a very different time back then. So I don't know if that's going to return. I see this over here that shows, you know, the stats, but we'll just have to wait and see exactly what it ends up looking like when it comes out officially. Yeah, I'm a little bit indifferent on the water map. What what makes me not so interested in water map is that Iron Mace wants to add, they want to add guns, which is weird sounding. I don't know. I'm not convinced on the water map. I'll just wait and see how it goes. They're gonna change arena. This is an interesting one too. So I've been wanting a arena that lets me queue solo. However, that said, they're gonna add random trios, which I don't mind either, because it means I won't have to fight, you know, coordinated trios, which is a big difference with its own leaderboard. So I might end up trying this out, because that actually sounds fun. As long as they can fix the arena maps, because right now, the arena maps kind of suck. They're very, very range favored and open. I really do not like the arena maps. I hope they make them better. Gathering Hall, I think we've been waiting for that for over a year now. We're still waiting, so. I don't know if you guys remember, it's been a while. Didn't Iron Mace say they wanted to add the Gathering Hall? Way back when they removed the pre-lobby. It's been a long time. So, yeah, I guess we're gonna be waiting a little bit longer, fellas. A little bit longer. Yeah, Sess, they're gonna add some kind of gun to the water map, they said. They said they'll have 2 separate leaderboards, one leaderboard for solo queue with randoms and then one for full teams. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured they would do. People that knew Korean were saying SEO said there's 7 new monsters. Yeah, Drew, that's what the guys on Twitch had said too. Apparently there's gonna be 7 or 8 new monsters total. A new merchant, the Cockatrice merchant? Is that real? I haven't heard anything about that. It's not on this list. Are you sure? What would the Cockatrice merchant sell? Feathers? I don't know. Maybe. There's gonna be a Twitch drop campaign. With some new skins. Rust does this all the time, so I'm not surprised. Probably will attract a lot of viewers, I'm sure. I actually kind of like the look of this lantern, so I'll probably try to get that. New store items, new skins, stuff like that if you're interested in that. They're going to do a game sale too. So if you're currently one of the people who plays free to play and has not bought the game yet, you can buy it for 30% off, which is pretty good. So it'll be what, like 20 bucks. I'd say this game's probably worth 20. This is probably a good time to do it. Events, PvE adventure mode event. I don't know what this means. If anyone has any info as far as PvE mode, if there's any events that are going to go on, let me know, but I don't know anything outside of that. And we already know that the wipe is April 10th. It's gonna, I guess the servers are gonna go down early morning, 2 a.m. my time. But just an FYI, every single wipe that we ever have seems to be an all-day event, so don't expect to play until April 11th. Even though the game will go down on April 10th, it's probably not coming back until the 11th. So, just putting it out there. You heard a new merchant, but nothing about the Cockatrice? Interesting. I wonder where that rumor started. They said at the last tavern table, you know it's dumb, but they revealed it. I mean, I'm not saying you're lying. That's just, I don't know where a Cockatrice merchant would fit into the merchants, but sure. Maybe he'll sell boss parts or something. I don't know. Well, that's kind of the thing. That's another thing I wanted to talk about a little bit, bro. For people like me, or I imagine a lot of you, not just me, there is not a lot of content here. The only real content being added at the moment is PvE mode, which is the adventure mode. Outside of that, like, the queue changes are not really... The queue changes aren't really a big thing. You know, it's not really content. It's just changing the fundamentals of how the game works. The Expressman is old content, so it's not really new. The bosses being summonable, it doesn't fundamentally change the game. It'll just be different. Like, it's not really content, right? The new monsters are content, but is a few monsters being added enough for an entire wipe? I feel like no. Probably not. We already know we're not getting the water map. I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? Is this enough content for an entire wipe? Because I think the only real people getting any content are going to be the guys that are brand new and wanting to play PvE mode. You know, this isn't like the cynical side of me. This is like the logical side of me. I think because of the lawsuit that is currently going on with Iron Mace, they are kind of strapped for money. I think they like really want to try to make funds right now. So they decided to invest this entire season on trying to get new players into the game with PvE mode, because a lot of people that are pre-existing, like anyone that's been around since playtests and have been playing quite a lot, probably are like me and aren't really going to play PvE. I'm sure some people will, but there's a lot of us who will not, which means this wipe doesn't really have much content. So maybe Iron Mace is focusing on new player instead of pre-existing player to try to make more money, especially considering they're going on sale at the same time. Just a thought. I don't know, maybe that's cynical of me to say, but I think that just makes sense. Like, where is Iron Mace gonna make money from? Are they gonna make money from pre-existing players? Well, they can through like the shop, but they'll make way more money if they can attract new players, which is what I think is what they're trying to do. I think, unless something else gets added that changes what I'm currently seeing, this wipe definitely feels more like it's for the new player to try to get people to want to join the game. I think that's like a reasonable thing to say. Oh, that's another thing too. I know it's not on the list, but that's because it was said the last dev talk. Isn't it gonna be 2 weeks of self-found in the beginning of wipe? Can anyone confirm that? Is it 2 weeks or is it a month? Because I've seen both numbers thrown around there. I'll be back in a minute. But yeah, I think it's 2 months. I think it's 2 weeks or a month. To be fair, they said they were only revealing about half the information. Yeah, I saw that. I'm just wondering why they chose to delay what they were going to talk about. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how much other stuff is added. I just know based on the info that we have right now, the white feels more like it's for, you know, just new players. But maybe the new content shows something different. It's hard to say for sure. They said 2 to 4 weeks, nothing certain. Okay. Okay. I think the SSF was mentioned in the last podcast. The one from, what, like a week or two ago? Whenever that was. I don't know if they mentioned anything in this table talk specifically. If they did, it was short enough that he didn't mention it here. You know, that's fair, Oscar. That's a pretty valid point. Iron Mace is definitely known to make shadow changes, where a lot of smaller stuff changes, but they don't mention it in the patch notes. For all we like, wasn't plus all for this wipe on trinkets and stuff. I don't think the patch notes said we were gonna get plus all, but I could be wrong on that. I know that they added it, but I don't know if Iron Mace told us it was gonna be added until it just kind of appeared in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a little bit. It's been a few months, but I definitely remember people being surprised to see all attributes get added. It was a surprise. I feel like it was. I'm pretty sure it was. As far as I can remember, it was. Well, there is a valid point there, Fungus, and it's kind of why I said what I said earlier. Right now, I think if Iron Mace needs the money because of the lawsuit, going on sale and focusing the entire season on trying to get new players to play the game is probably the right call. Because they're only going to make so much money on people like me who have already bought the game. Like, sure, you might buy some stuff from the shop and all that jazz, but, you know, getting new copy sales is pretty important, which is why I'm assuming that they're focusing so much and adding a sale at the same time to try to, like, get some extra money for this 2 week period. That's my assumption of what that's what I would do if I was Iron Mace and I needed money. This is exactly what I would do. So it makes perfect sense to me. Well, I think the PV, I mean, I went over this earlier, the Reddit post. I think there's a lot of people like this guy. I was really excited to get back into the game with PV, but now you're not sure if I want to even try it because having other people in my match makes no sense. I think there's a lot of people like this guy here that were under the impression that the PvE mode was going to be like an entirely new mode or something separate so they could just play by themselves or play with a team and not have to worry and fight with other people. Like, that was like the whole point. So the knowledge that Iron Mace is planning to have other people in the game, I think is already kind of starting off on a bad footing. I don't know if these guys are in the majority. It is just like a random Reddit thread, right? So obviously these guys do not represent the majority of the players. That's just, it's just not the case. But that said, it is a little bit worrying that we already see people like the entire patch is being made for these PvE players. And even the PvE players are looking at this and going like, wait, I don't want to do this, you know? You just got here, are they actually letting people use gear from PvE mode and PvP? Yes, that is correct. The gear is limited. You can only find up to purple in PvE, but yes, you can bring it to PvP. Did they really make it so 224 doesn't drop uniques? Yes. Yes, that has been confirmed too. I'll show you real quick. Where's it at? Yep. Yep. HRQ 0 to 224 drops uniques but no artifacts. 225 plus is where you get artifacts and named items. So yes, that is correct. So just people in your lobby who can't kill but can loot your stuff? Yeah, B4. Ill. That was exactly my argument that I was making at the very start of my stream. Is that I think that you're going to have a lot of people trying to grief bossing and the loot involved because you have other people in the lobby. But I don't know how it's going to go. I'm hoping that Iron Mace has some kind of system in place that doesn't make this like a huge issue. Since there's no gear limit, you can imagine people going in with BIS and simulating a real fight without taking damage. Yeah, Cancer, I was saying it earlier. If you cannot be looted, like let's say that player bodies are 100% unlootable, and the Goblin Merchant always gives your stuff back, it means that you can go into PvE mode, risk-free, and use any gear that you want, ever. Like, you know, it doesn't matter what you bring. Named items, artifacts, whatever, right? And you can always get it back, which means that you could go and fight bosses in PvE, and even if you die, it doesn't matter, you'll give it back, which is interesting. I don't know if it'll work like that, but if it does, that'll be interesting for sure. They stopped their religion donations, did they? Can you not donate anymore? It's not the end of the season yet, right? Oh. Oh, unlucky. Yeah, it is gone. Well, if you don't have your skin yet, it's gone. Yeah, Demigod grind is gone too, right? Oh, guys, I actually got Demigod. I got it by accident. I couldn't believe it. I was like 2 nights ago, I was looking for some players in High Roller. I didn't even realize it, but I somehow managed to get Demigod right before it ended. Can I even show you? Okay, it's not showing it. I promise I got Demigod. I know I did. I don't know how to show it to you, but I did get it. So, I don't know. Anyway. It's fine, but logically it doesn't make sense that you can risk less and get the same reward. So now you have to make a choice. 224, less risk but less reward, or play your better gear, higher risk. Yeah, you know, I'm a little bit mixed on it. I think it's... A part of me wants to say that it's okay. Because the people that are in... Because right now there's no incentive to go 225 plus besides PvP. So, I don't know, like, it's giving you more drops for 225 plus feels like it makes sense. But I know some people might not be happy about that. Hey Russell, you've been out of the loop on Dad for a year or so. You just joined stream to say PvE mode. Is it an actual mode or is it like practice rounds? Russell, so the way that I understand it is it's going to be just like a PvP mode, except you cannot fight other players. So you'll still spawn with other people in the dungeon, and you'll still go through the dungeon the same as you normally would, but you cannot attack other people. That is my understanding. And yes, you'll be able to keep your loot and use that gear that you find. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Solia. I think people are not necessarily going to like the change, but I think it's healthy for the game to have some kind of gear difference to incentivize people to wear better gear. I'm kind of with you. I think that makes sense. Because think of it this way. If HRQ1 0 to 224 drops named artifacts, then what is to stop people from wearing 224 bis and free farming bosses with no contest because the other people can't kill them? I feel like if you're, I don't know, I kind of like that it's going to be incentivized to risk more gear, personally. You know? That's kind of what I'm thinking. You would like for them to put more PvE stats on gear? I wouldn't mind PvE stats on gear, but it, like, it's so bad for PvP. Yeah, like, it basically ends up being a completely dead role. Unfortunately. I know I don't disagree with you, Fungus, but outside of PvE mode, any stats that only affect PvE, I feel like would be almost useless. I would honestly rather have 1% more damage to a player than like 30% more damage to a goblin. Like, I'm just saying. It's why I don't take luck. Even when luck was, like, even if luck is good, I will never use it because I need stats for players. If you take PvE stats and then you try to fight people with PvP stats, you just lose. Like, imagine having a green ring with luck on it and another guy has true physical damage or all attribute. Like, you're probably just going to lose because you're going to get stat checked because you have the wrong gear. Which maybe signifies a bigger problem, but regardless, I don't know if you can, like, have PvE stats without just watering down the pool of gear. Unless it's a free add-on to a weapon, like we already have right now, where certain weapons do bonus damage to, like, demons or whatever it is, or undead. Stuff like that is okay. People forget what people do when there wasn't a 224. I mean, it has been a while, but with the way it currently is set up, I think it kind of makes sense. I think. Maybe they could add some kind of PvE perk that doesn't take away one or your other roles, like a PvE gem. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that, like, for a purple weapon, that usually would have 3 roles, like weapon damage, health, and action speed. It could have, like, a free roll that was only for PvE. I wouldn't mind that, personally. There's already weapons that give you stat bonuses for PvE. I would not mind if there was some kind of item or some kind of gem you could stock it that would give you PvE stats, because, again, like, it so doesn't matter for PvP at all that I wouldn't mind it at all. Like, if someone wants to run around with green gear that has, like, extra bonus PvE stats, who am I to stop you? I don't really care. You know? Like, I would be fine with that. They have to do big changes so PvE parties are not elbowing each other to get good loot. So the griefing doesn't happen. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Oscar. I'm a little worried about players trying to grief other people, especially around bossing. Yes, Jess, that is correct. Right now, the PvE mode is planned to have other players in it. Yep. At the moment, that is currently planned. Is PvE damage only on teammates then? No PvP on other squads? Yo, that's a good question too. I don't know. I would assume grossly that the PvE mode you cannot damage your teammates either. I doubt you'll be able to. I could be wrong though. Don't hold me to that. A separate set of PvE stats, bro. I really wouldn't mind to have I would not mind to have some kind of separate stat for PvE. I just don't want to see it dilute the pool because PvE stats are so useless outside of like a super niche case. I would never ever want any PvE stats personally. I'm just saying, like, it just wouldn't make sense. But if you want to add more weapons or add some kind of special gem that could add stats or add some kind of PvE, that would actually be perfectly fine with me. I'd be cool with that. If you're wearing luck, you're not in PvP lobbies. Well, there are people that run, like, luck bossing. But for me personally, if I know that I'm going to have to PvP, which is like 95%, like 99% of the time, I'm not bringing luck. There's no point. I might have luck on as like a substat if I happen to find a pair that has it on it, but realistically, I'm never going for luck on purpose. I think they should still have friendly fire in PvE mode. New players need to understand how to play around not hitting your teammates. Well, you're not wrong, but I'm just saying if Iron Mace is planning to code the game in a way that you cannot hurt other players, I really doubt that they're gonna let you hurt your teammates. I'm just saying. I really don't think it's gonna happen. But I could be wrong. Think of it this way, if Iron Mace wants to incentivize people to random queue trio, then the correct way to go about it would be to make sure that you cannot kill your random trio teammates. I think that would actually make more sense. Dropping epics in PvE is rare, you heard? Is it? I mean, I imagine it would be, but I don't know the exact statistics on the purple gear percentages. Also, no one is talking about this, but for all we know, next wipe, economy is going to be even more starved for troll pelts. Would it be more starved or less starved? Because right now, you'll be able to go into PvE mode and farm, like, troll for a pelt, right? Even if the drop rate is lower than a normal mode, it's still way less risk because it's not PvP. So as long as you are able to kill the troll, you always have a chance of getting one. It probably depends on the drop rates. And we don't know the answer to that yet. Self-damage? Are you saying like those... Are you saying those games where you hit somebody, like a teammate, and you take friendly fire? I really doubt... I think they would just get rid of it completely. I don't think they'll have self-damage. I'm just saying, I really doubt it. I don't think Iron Mace would create an entire new mechanic just for PvE mode. They will probably just turn off the switch. I'm just saying. I really doubt it. They said crafting materials are less drop rate, so probably just not worth it. Well, it depends on what the drop rate is. If the drop rate is, like, significantly lower, then yeah, it might make it more starved. Here's a thought. The PvE players will probably be buying up the troll pelts, or will be keeping the troll pelts for themselves. You might be right. The economy might be more starved for things like gold coin bags because the PvE players are gonna want to store the gold that they're getting, but they're not gonna be contributing to the PvP economy. If that makes sense. So you could be right if that's what you're getting at. Maybe it ends up becoming harder because the PvE players are not going to be getting enough pelts, so they just buy them from the market. And again, they're not contributing towards the PvP marketplace outside of that, so maybe it ends up having some kind of effect on that. Maybe. What you want to know is what's going to happen when 4 to 5 people want to kill a boss at once. Thanks, Miss. That is the very first thing that I said on stream when I talked about the PvE mode. Is that what happens if I'm killing the Cyclops or I'm killing the Ghost King and a whole team rolls up on me and then gets like a last hit on the boss that I was already fighting and now takes my boss loot and then also takes the gold pile, you know? I absolutely think that's going to happen. And I don't know how Iron Mace is going to fix it. I don't know if they can. Because right now, the game is coded so the person who hits the boss last can loot the boss quickest. But if someone else just comes up and hits the boss one time, then I guess I'm out of luck, right? The troll dies very fast. When you have some gear, you can kill the troll very quickly, especially if you're something like a bard that has the streak of weakness for bossing. You were saying it mostly because AP reward doesn't give the 1k bag, but we can't really predict any of that. Oh, that's true, right? Yeah, that's a good point, right? The leaderboard for HR. Yeah, you get the gold coin pouches instead now, which is interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true. Would they make it so every person gets their own drop? What do you mean by that, War? Oh, are you saying like instance loot? Is that what you mean? So like I kill the troll and everyone else can also loot troll? I really doubt that would happen either. Okay, here's the problem with that. Imagine this, okay? If I can go in as a trio and kill the troll one time and my entire trio can each get an individual drop of the boss, that might just make way too much gear bloat. It would also mean that people could just camp bosses and wait for other people to kill them and would just risk-free get, like, boss loot. There's no way that's gonna happen. My understanding is it's just gonna be like it currently is in PvP mode. I think you're gonna kill a boss, and if you get the final hit, then you're gonna be able to loot it faster, and then everybody else is, you know, SOL. Each party gets one pull. CSH, are you saying that as a fact, or are you saying that as a question? Because as far as I know, the loot is not going to be instance for PvE mode. Is this the future extraction games are going towards, more MMO light focus? Do you mean where the extraction games also have PvE modes? Well, right now, Dark and Darker is adding a PvE mode. Tarkov has a PvE mode. Midnight Walkers, that zombie game, has a PvE mode planned. I mean, maybe. It's possible. I would not be surprised if these companies, because of how hard it is to get into this current extraction genre, because let's all be honest here. This is a very niche genre, right? I mean, there's not a lot of us here that are all here for a game in the niche genre that is Dark and Darker. It's just the hardcore PvP crowd is just not anywhere near as big as the PvE crowd could ever hope to be, you know? The amount of people that are playing or that played like Baldur's Gate on launch, you are never ever going to see a game like Dark and Darker launch day one with a peak player count of the same that like Baldur's Gate 3 has. It's not gonna happen. Because the amount of PvP players is just, it's not there. Maybe it will at some point, but right now it's not. We do have a lot of players in other games. You know, Tarkov has a good player base, but they have a PvE mode. Rust is a good player base, but they also have, like, I think Rust even has PvE type modes you can, because you can get, like, your own servers, right? So even, like, these already popular games, they have an option to not PvP. Just a thought. PoE 2 launch? Well, that's another thought, too. Yeah, I mean, there's no way that a game like Dark and Darker, or any game that is trying to compete with Dark and Darker, will ever get player counts like PoE 2 at launch did. It's not gonna happen. Makes sense, but like you're saying, it would suck if someone walks up and takes it. Well, yeah, Warzy, that's my concern, is that the PvE mode ends up getting griefed, and people just end up getting tired of other people walking up and, like, stealing their loot. Because that would be, like, very annoying. I mean, the reality is that the PvE crowd is significantly bigger than the PvP crowd is. It is what it is. You don't think PvE players will care? I disagree. PvE players are still going to care about loot. If you think a PvE player that goes and kills a boss by themselves, and then some random dude comes up and hits the boss like once and takes that loot, if you think that player is not going to care, then you're crazy. People are absolutely going to care about the loot in PvE mode. Otherwise, why are you even playing the game? I'm just saying, man. Like, that's like playing a single player game and then not caring if you looted in a RPG or something. Like, of course people are gonna care about it. Do you have an opinion on the needing for keys for bosses? I'm a little bit mixed, Sanctity. I I think the problem is, to answer your question, I would need to see the drop rates. If the boss drop loot is a significant increase, I'm talking like way, way better than the current season, then maybe that's okay. It does feel a little bit weird, though, that you'll need something for the boss to activate, but we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm a little bit mixed currently until we get more info on it, probably from the wiki after the season starts. The best solution is going to be one pool per person, since it's also nerf for PvE. Do you mean where you're talking about the instance loot again, right? Where every single person can loot the boss no matter who killed it? I just don't think it's going to happen. Because then you're going to have people just camping boss room and waiting for other people to kill it for them, which I guess is okay, but that feels like a really silly gameplay too. Jokingly add private servers for empty PvP lobbies. PvE for fun and try later. Well, right now, Iron Mace is not planning to have any private type server. So you will not be able to play PvE mode by yourself. Like, you have to play with other people. You don't have a choice. Your fear is the key needed going to be more valuable than the loot you gain. You know, that's a valid point, Sanctity. Because last wipe, how long did it take before the skull key was worth using for an artifact door? Quite a while. I mean, artifact keys were selling for over 50k at one point. So if the boss summoning loot ends up getting super crazy, like, high value because it doesn't drop frequent enough, it could mean that the bosses aren't worth killing, and people just start selling the material instead, which I kind of agree. It would feel kind of weird. They need to change how kills are attributed to make it smarter. You know, that's a thought. what if for bosses, instead of it being the last hit gets to loot the body quickest, it's whoever does the most damage. Because then it means that if I'm fighting a boss for like multiple minutes and some guy just comes up and starts helping, he won't just loot the body for free because he happens to get the kill. That would be a good change. I would be okay with that. I see no downside at all to that. For you, it sounded like Grayson teased the new type of boss loot, which they want to be a surprise. Well, I know that they mentioned increasing the boss loot, but I don't know anything about secret boss loot or anything like different than we're used to. They'd have to make it where you have to do a certain amount of damage or no pull. Oh, okay, so are you saying are you trying to go with like instance loot as well? Where you have to do X amount of damage for the boss to spawn loot for you? That sounds like a system in place that Iron Mace is not gonna implement. I'm just being honest with you. I doubt it. If you're expecting the wipe to come with a system like that, you are way more optimistic than I am. I just don't think it's gonna happen. Game doesn't have enough players? For what, pork chop? I mean, PvE mode is... It doesn't really matter how many people are in PvE mode. It just doesn't matter. You could be the only person playing PvE, and that's perfectly fine, because the game is not... It's not based on the player count, you know? It doesn't matter. If you try to play a PvP game mode, and there's not enough players, you can definitely tell. But if it's PvE, there's really no difference one way or the other. You also have to find the boss room. Oh my god, the chat is going too fast. You also have to find the boss room and find people who can kill the boss. It's not like every person in the lobby will get a pellet every time. Yeah, that's a valid point. I wonder if you're gonna have a lot of people, like, speed running through the fog looking for boss. It's possible. You sent a ticket, but it's weird. Maybe because you migrated from Epic to Blacksmith. Sent a ticket for what? Did some of you all got rank resets on your character? Do you mean for this wipe? The rank reset, it doesn't show your rank till next wipe. This is what they do every time. If you look in the bottom left corner, it shows the color of what you got, but it won't show it here. It does it every wipe. So my barbarian should be demigod, because I saw demigod last night. As long as I didn't get cheated or something. Yeah, see? See how I have the demigod thing here? By the way, did they make demigod easier to get? Because, yeah, I think it used to be 36,000. I guess it's only 21,000 now. Wasn't this 36,000? I swear to God it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of like a different season. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Will there be enough extracts for a full PvE lobby? Oh, I'm sure there will be. I'm sure Iron Mace will give enough extractions for everybody to leave. I would assume so, at least. Jones, someone told me earlier that body blocking will not be possible in PvE mode. You'll go through players, like you won't have collision, from my understanding. Yeah, Shirant. It just happens every season. You'll still get it, but it won't be till next season. You agree? You just don't see how you can have PvE mode with other teams that can't hurt you, but can also kill the boss you're trying to kill. So who gets the loot? Well, that's my big issue. Is I'm not sure how Iron Mace is going to make it so the game doesn't just feel like Grief Central with everybody like competing for boss loot. And then it doesn't really feel like a PvE mode. It feels like a PvP mode where you can't attack players, which sounds like really silly. Non-collision will make people careless in PvP. Well, the non-collision is only for the PvE mode, so it shouldn't matter for PvP. You cannot grind AP anymore, no. The season just ended a little bit ago. So whatever rank you got to is the rank that you'll be at for next season. You don't think there's enough players for all the queues? Well, Porkchop, they're reducing the queue number. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but the queue number is going to change. Right now, we have 0 to 24, 25 to 124, and we have that for both normal and high roller. So that's 4 different queues. They're reducing the queue number by 25%. So right now, we have 4 different queues. We're only going to have 3 next wipe. 0 to 24, 0 to 224, and 225 plus. They will have PvE mode, so technically it's not necessarily less. But the people playing PvE mode are probably people that would not be playing PvP anyway. So it should be less in general. Like I think it'll be less effectively. To be frank, if they actually have a working solution for multiple teams bossing, you'll be shocked. No, I'm with you. I think Iron Mace needs a solution to fix the multiple teams fighting a boss, but I'm not convinced that there's going to be a solution. So I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit mixed on the whole thing right now. I think Wizard will still be able to cast Haste and Invis on bosses. Someone asked that exact same question, and my answer to you is I would guarantee you that you can still Haste Invis a boss. I would be shocked if you couldn't. HR should have no gear score. Well, HR is going to have 2 different... Do you realize that the gear in HR is going to have different numbers? That makes sense. The HR queue for 0 to 224 cannot drop artifacts, and 225 plus can. So HR is kind of like 2 separate modes. It's not just gear score, it's what the bosses can drop. I was also hoping for more perks and skills and all that jazz, but I don't know if we're getting any of that. To be fair, the solution to not having all the players on the boss room may be the new loot spawn system that hopefully filters out a lot of people to not go insta-bossing. Also, this is supposed to be Timmy Central, so they're going to be slaughtered by bosses. Well, it depends on what the loot looks like, Oscar. So, if Iron Mace does not if Iron Mace does not nerf the loot enough to make PvE mode not favorable to PvP mode, then people will absolutely go farm bosses in normals or in PvE, whatever. I'm just saying. Like, okay, let's say a troll pelt has a 10% chance to drop in normals, and then PvE is a 7% or something. Someone might decide, okay, well, my odds of dying to a player in normals is too high, so I will go take a slightly lower chance of a troll pelt in the PvE mode. And they will just go to PvE and non-stop farm that boss, because a 7% versus 10% isn't enough of a difference. I'm not saying it's 7 versus 10. I don't know what the rate is going to be. But if the PvE mode is not a lower... If it's not low enough, people will still go there 100%. I'm just saying. Have I seen how much gear diff is in Arena? Yes. Yeah, because I have this kit. You wanna see my disgusting rogue kit that I got off a guy the other day? This is my Arena kit. I have a Death Bloom kit that I'm running with 50% power bonus with the perk. I 3-shot almost every class in the game except for geared PDR fighters who sometimes get 4-tapped instead. Like, it's absolutely disgusting. This will stat check every player in the game. I have 170 HP and 40% PDR. And armor pen. Nobody is killing this. in a melee fight. Like, nobody's killing this. I ran this for a while and I got bored because it's literally just stat checking people. That's all it is. It's incredibly silly. Trust me, I know. Trust me. Like, trust me, I completely get it. Hey, FL46, welcome. Good to see you, man. Haste and Invis no longer can be cast on mobs. You can see it now. That baby. Yeah, I could also see that happening. We'll see. We'll see. You kill me in melee, JWL? You think you beat this in melee? I think you're wrong. I think you're completely wrong. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced, man. What do you think is the correct nerf then? You mean in terms of gear that drops in normals versus PvE? If a troll drops a troll pelt 10% of the time in PvP mode, alright, don't get your pitchforks ready. I think it should probably drop 2% of the time in PvE mode. I think it should at most be 20% of PvP. Because if you can use that and bring it to PvP lobbies, or you can make money off those items, I think it should be significantly less. That's what I think. Troll pelt is such a high value item that if it's even remotely close to normals, then everybody is gonna just do PvE farming for troll and try to get pelts. I know it's gonna happen. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. Do we know for certain if a troll pelt found in PvE mode cannot be sold on the market? Does anybody know about this for sure? Because I know gear cannot be sold, but do we know about stuff like pelts and troll blood and anything like that? Religions? Well, religion is just luck. I mean, that's all the religion gave us was this extra luck, so I don't think that's really a big deal. I think it's fine. I don't know what you're asking about religion. Is a thing. You could bring luck pots in PvE. Well, sure, you could. Depends on how much the luck pots influence the drops, but yeah, you're right. You could. Unfortunately, Madison, I am not entirely convinced that Wizard is going to get anything new for the wipe. I think my poor Wizard is gonna be left in obscurity in solos for a while. I think we're gonna be stuck in C tier for quite a bit. My Wizard really does feel like C tier. I don't know, man. It doesn't really feel fun to play anymore. It's better than it was, but it still doesn't feel like it's anywhere near top tier. Not like it used to be. Wait, luck pots make troll pelts worse? Wait, it does? Is that true? Is that because it increases the odds of higher rarity items? Well, that's kind of funny. Is that true? That's super funny. Okay. Alright, noted. Noted. Okay. I thought because troll pelt was blue, it would give you more. It decreases blue rarity, so you would get more what? Like purples? Purples, legendaries, artifacts, stuff like that. That makes sense. Same for wolf pelts. You know, I didn't even think about wolf pelt farming. That's true too. If wolves drop a lot of wolf pelts in PvE mode, you might have people farming for those as well. Your biggest concern is that we're about to begin the second cycle of new player influx since the last Twitch drop, and aside from gear score brackets, there's too many core issues that remain. What is your biggest concern? What is your biggest core concern that Dark and Darker currently has that you think would sway a new player away from the game that isn't PvP? Can you pull 1k bags out of the PvE pile? No, because PvE is only purple and below, and a gold coin bag is unique, right? So no, probably not. Yes, luck pots are bad for wolf pelts, that is correct. They did say they're gonna up the drop rate of wolf pelts in PvP. My understanding is that PvP, all drops are going to be increased. That's my current understanding. All drops will be increased. Yeah, Zoink. So the current question is, what is the rate of dropping between PvE mode and PvP mode? Because the number has to be significant enough that you don't have sweaty PvP farmers going to PvE mode just to farm bosses or whatever else they're going to farm. The hope is that the people that are like those kind of players are hopefully staying in PvP modes. So you don't have like additional griefing because everybody's together. Because otherwise, you know, you're going to have little Timmy over here wanting to like learn how to fight a boss, and he's never going to get to because these other players in his lobbies are going to be just speed rushing the boss because it's better for loot. I hope that doesn't happen. I don't know what the dials are going to be for Iron Mace, but hopefully they end up good. Luck does not work if you want to find certain items such as troll pelts and wolf pelts because it makes them less likely to drop. Aside from bossing, the PvE is quite shallow. No, I agree with you. The PvE in this, if you compare it to like PvE in like Dark Souls, it is a very different game. I don't personally see the value in PvE as much as other players do, but that's because I enjoy this game for mostly the PvP at this point. I like the PvE, but it's not enough to keep me busy. If I want to play PvE, I will go play Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3 in particular is one of my favorite games, period. Like I'm just saying, if I really wanted to play against AI, like that would be my preference. Since last swarm changes, there's a lot going on that kills you when you're trying to escape. I don't know much about that, Oscar. I don't know how to really reply to that. As far as I know, I don't know, man. I feel like that's just... I feel like it's... Is it bad? In normals, you have so many extracts. Is it really a problem extracting from the game? I have never personally noticed any issues extracting. Even in HR, I pretty much always get out from Circle. I think I died one time to Circle since the update happened, and it was because I was like busy fighting a player or something. You know, that's a good thought. Cleric can finally use, what is it, Holy Purification? What is it? What is that called? Is that what it is? Yep. Yep. Clerics will finally be able to use Holy Purification without being bullied in PvP. This will probably be Cleric Bis in PvE mode. No joke. This is so strong for mobs. You will absolutely run this in PvE. There is no question about it. You will absolutely be running this. You might even run Undead Slaying. This might actually be useful in PvE mode. You probably, if I was playing PvE, I would drop Brewmaster and I would take Undead Slaying. Well, not in Goblin Caves, but in like ruins and crypts, in like crypts and stuff, I would take it. Because there's no PvP anyway, so you might as well. Like, you don't need Brewmaster for mobs. Brewmaster's for PvP. Just take Undead Slaying or something. That's actually kind of cool. You might see some niche skills get used that you would not normally get used. Because you don't have to worry about sweaty players ruining the fun. Probably be better if no troll pelts drop in PvE. Well, I said it earlier. I think if, for example, troll pelts drop at a 10% rate, PvE should probably be like 2%. I think that's fine. You just joining. What is it looking on the webpage? So this, okay, if you do, okay, so this here, it's a summary that So Bad Strange made that I've been using to discuss the current wipe changes. So that's what I got. That's what I'm currently discussing, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, the link for the notes, I just pinged it. If you need it again, just type in !wipe and it'll show up if you want the notes. They said 60% of the patch details was left a secret, and you guess SDF has made some core changes. That's also kind of worrying. SDF is known for his crazy shenanigans. So it is a little crazy just sitting here wondering what the heck what SDF wants to just change. Last season it was the plus all, I'm pretty sure, was secretly changed. So we'll have to sit here and wait and see what the hell ends up happening. Running around for 6 modules, finding blues in Inferno is a big no-no for you. It was not an issue before. You feel like you died because of bad dice rolls. You know, I could see that. I could see Inferno I could see you having problems specifically there just because you feel like you're rushed in clearing mobs, especially by yourself. I could see that. That makes sense. Especially with Fog of War also added. I think for PvE mode, they should add a significantly larger portion of time to get through the map, too. Heck, you could even double it, and I think it's fine. Is there really any rush to get players out of a PvE map? I really don't think there is. So, double the time, and I really don't see much issue. You see them focusing PvE for farm materials and things like that, so people don't have to do it in PvP, making things much cheaper in the market. Well, that's something that I'm not 100% sure on. I do not know if the items found from dropped mobs, I know the gear is not tradable, but I don't know if stuff like troll pelts and wolf pelts will be tradable on the marketplace. You know, that's another thought too. I mean, this game has become so much easier over time compared to what it used to be. Gear drops are insanely easier to get. The amount of portals and static extracts are significantly higher, at least for normals. It's way, way easier to extract than it used to be. And you have the Goblin Merchant, too, that lets you buy your gear back if you die. So, like, realistically speaking, I mean, yeah, no, I would say that's definitely true. It used to be a lot harder. SDF needs to get more drop rate in PvP to catch more people in that mode. No, I agree. I think PvP mode, they need to be careful not they need to be careful to incentivize enough to go into those modes so you don't have the sweaty players going into the lower modes like PvE just to farm bosses and stuff like that. I agree 100%. Hey Brian, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Many Q&As before, you remember that part of SDS vision was to bring all other classes up to par with Druid. I do remember him mentioning that, but It doesn't appear to be happening. At least as of now. Back in the day, there was no squire, so you had to take your junk sword and try to just get through the dungeon as best you could, and you might find a green or a blue if you're lucky. Now you can find legendaries in a matter of 10 minutes. It has never been easier to gear than it is right now. It is so easy to gear up. Where can you find these screenshots? Gregors, type in !wipe, and you can go to the link for this post. You tried Dark and Darker for the first time in months the other night. You did solo wizard. Level 5, you fought a level 100 fighter. It took a one shot to kill you and he teabagged you? That's kind of messed up. The fact that you're playing solo wizard is, I'm proud of you for playing wizard at least. That's unfortunate. Yeah, there's definitely some toxic players for sure. Sorry that happened. Solo wizard life is hard, man. It's hard. I have a hard time playing it myself sometimes, because I feel like other classes are just so much easier to play. But there was +3 all in a single roll. Yeah, but this was around the time where there was no market. I mean, there was trade, but it was random trade. I don't know. I would say it's still like way easier to get better gear now than it was before. The sweaty players definitely would get some pretty insane kits, but for the general player, it's probably easier now, I think. I think, at least. Did the playtest... Wait. Did the playtest not touch the... Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, you played the playtest, but you haven't touched the game since last month? Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Oh, that's true, Hugo. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember when Capes first released and anybody that joined the game with a cloak would get teamed on? Because if you had a cloak, it was considered super geared. I remember. I remember that. That was insane. That was absolutely crazy. Yeah, those were the days, man. You remember? I remember, Mr. X. I remember. Solo casting wizard, one trick here. You try Warlock and it was just too easy, not fun. Caster wizard in solos is rough, man. I don't think it's... I just don't think it's really worth playing at this point. There's too many counters to you. Cutthroat Rogue, Barbarian with Iron Will, Druid with Silence, Ranger, just to name a few. Who do you even beat? Like PDR Fighter, I guess. I don't think it's worth playing Caster Wizard at this point. Yeah, the OGs remember the old trade chat. It was awful. It was so bad. I I hated the old trade chat compared to the marketplace. It saves so much time. Chris, you and I both know that bunny hopping is never coming back. It's not. I promise. I remember seeing cloaks and just immediately assuming that they were geared and just kind of moving on with my life. Like, I would either run away from them or I would just chase them down for their loot. Like, I knew a cape was geared. It was crazy. Such a different time back then. What playtest was that? I don't remember exactly. I remember the cloaks, but I don't know the exact timing where cloaks were considered super rare and valuable. You tried to use trade chat and got scammed? There are bots and scammers littered in trade chat. You got to be real careful there. Absolutely. Caster Wizard has no easy matchups. Well, that's not really true. PDR Fighter is at a disadvantage against Wizard. However, that said, there is nothing that Wizard really does right now that Sorcerer doesn't do better in solos. If you want to play a caster, just play Sorcerer, because then you don't have to worry about campfires, and quite frankly, you have way better matchups against way more players. When I play Wizard, the only matchup that I know I have a good advantage in is 100% PDR Fighter. Pre-game Lavi was taken out, God, over a year ago, probably. It was a long time ago. You know, that is a thought. They have nerfed Wizard quite a bit, but I still think that PDR Fighter is at a disadvantage to Wizard, I think. At least a good Wizard. At least Blood Pack will be strong in PvE since you're able to heal a lot off NPCs compared to players. Well, Warlock will probably just dominate PvE modes, because Warlock can just kind of Hellfire the entire map down, right? I mean, as far as, I guess as far as I can think of, thinking of all the different classes, Warlock and Bard are probably like top tier for PvE. Cleric will probably be really good too, because of the recent buffs. The buff specifically to weaknesses that mobs take. So Cleric's, was it Holy Purification? Yeah, the fact that this does so much more damage to mobs makes a really big difference now. Caster Wizard will be stronger with some new crowd control spells. Well, that's kind of why I think Sorcerer feels so much better than Wizard at this point. Because the problem is, Sorcerer has 2 knockbacks right now. Right? 2 knockbacks? I think it's 2. So their matchups against melee classes is so good. Because if you're not Iron Will Barb or Cutthroat Rogue, you are probably never going to be meleeing a Sorcerer because they have 2 gigantic knockbacks. And if they get those on you with 100% casting speed, like, you're probably dead anyway. So currently, I do not know why you would play Wizard over Sorcerer, at least as far as solos is concerned. What class is melee? I mean, Cleric is melee. Cleric is hard countered by Sorcerer. Cleric looks really strong when you fight a Barbarian. And then you look at the matchup against Sorcerer and you realize that Cleric is really bad. Because you can never melee them. They will just kite away from you forever. Because they have 0 movement speed penalty. And they have too many knockbacks and you'll just die. There's nothing you can do as a Cleric against a competent Sorcerer. What you meant is that Wizard has no free matchups, like Rogue instant killing you because you tried to exist, or Barber Panther pressing W. I mean, that's true. Technically, Wizard versus PDR Fighter at this point is not free like it used to be. But you're still favored, I think. I mean, you're not wrong. Most classes at this point do feel like range abuse. You are not wrong. But I mean, yeah, still, I don't know. We can still hold out hope. You know, we can still hold out hope. Alright, I think I'm gonna just play some more games here, fellas. I think I've gone over, like, pretty much everything that I wanted to. If you want to look at this info again, you can. You can type in !wipe on Twitch, or you can just click on the pinned comment on YouTube. But I think we can still talk about stuff, but I'm gonna just like play some games while we're chilling. I think I've talked about enough. That was a lot of wipe discussion we just did. So I think that's it. All right, let's do it, fellas. You can't log on. I mean, as far as I know, the game is up, but I'm not really sure. First, we're gonna get a musket and blast any mage in the chest cavity. Well, won the water map, but we don't know how the musket's gonna be yet. That's an early druid player. Now remember, if the druid doesn't want to fight me, I cannot fight him. So, it's 100% up to this guy if he ends up wanting to fight or not. If he pops that blue pot, I'll pop myself. Play the row kit? There's no point. HR is pretty dead. Did that guy just open a door? He's not a druid player. I can't believe he didn't push me. Are you crazy? Arena? Oh man, Arena's kinda boring right now. The maps suck and it's just stat check central. I don't really see much of the fun in it, personally. Gotcha. Silly little druid. Alright. Anyway. Satisfying. Killing a druid. Oh my god, he's in good gear too. That's so funny. Alright. GG's. If Arena's maps were better, I would definitely enjoy it more. But the Arena maps don't feel very good to me personally. I think they're too range focused, too range favored. Why did he go human form? Well, I think the goblin stopped him from transforming and then he panicked. I'm gonna go this way. Oh yeah, I heard about that. The illusory sorcerers. Yeah, those seem extremely unfun to fight against. Like, it doesn't even look fun at all. You had three on one team. Well, doesn't that sound enjoyable? That was working for me. He was pretty helpful. I should probably give him a raise. Any good games out there? You're starting to get burnt out. Mistfall Hunter is the game that I am waiting for. It's kind of unfortunate because I think the Dark and Darker wipe is gonna come out at the same time as Mistfall. But I am more excited for Mistfall than Dark and Darker's wipe. Because all Dark and Darker wipe is, from what I've seen, is PvE mode. So I will probably be playing Mistfall Hunter when it comes out. Probably. We don't know exactly when Mistfall drops. It's sometime this month. That's all we know. This guy is zoomy. I messed up the... Predicament, huh? What a predicament. This all free? Well, it's gonna be a playtest. So yeah, the playtest will be free. As of right now, Mistfall does not have a confirmed release date. The only thing that we know is that it's going to have... All we know is that it's going to be out in a playtest this month. That's all we know. I think it's going to be out for 2 weeks, so... I think it was 2 weeks. I just drank the wrong potion. Whatever. That, but it's fine. It has already been confirmed that Mistfall Hunter will have solos. Yeah, that's already confirmed, so don't gotta worry about that anymore. Because I'm with you. If it didn't have solo, I wouldn't be anywhere near as excited for it. It's a Timmy Sparrow. Yeah, but I'm not warmed up yet. I'm not warmed up. It's too early. I already spared that fighter. You just logged there isn't much. Yeah, I played the playtest myself a few months ago. Which is why I'm looking forward to it. There's not a lot of content out there yet for it. How to gain access to Mistfall? You need to go to the Steam Mistfall Hunter page and request access. FYI, I don't think it's going to be an open playtest. I think you have to request access for it. So, if you want access to Mistfall Hunter, then you should probably request access to it if you did not play the last one. Because if you don't, you might not get into it. Just putting it out there. You know, do what you want, but if you care, you might want to do that. Workshop, if you got two-shot by a morning star, it was probably the pulverizing prayer, I imagine, if you're in arena. Because the pulverizing prayer is pretty OP. That weapon is, like, insanely good. That would be my guess. You were in the last playtest? As long as you got access to the last playtest, I believe you'll still have access to this one, as far as I know. I think. Yes, that is correct. The devs for Mistfall have already confirmed that the game will be coming out on Xbox, console, as well as PC. So it'll be the first Extraction game to release on both systems, which is pretty cool. I just hope the game does well, so it's not just like another dead game on console, you know? Be back in a second. You couldn't play the last time because your GPU wasn't supported. Well, that's unfortunate, but now you can play it. Yeah, I think out of every single Extraction game that's coming out, Mistfall Hunter is my most looked forward to one. You know, it was the most polished playtest that I've seen as far as every other Extraction game goes. So if there's any game out there that might be a good substitute or a good game to play alongside Dark and Darker, Mistfall Hunter might be a good one, as long as the game still is getting good development from the last playtest. Because even though the last playtest was good, I haven't personally seen anything of the game in the last 4 months. So I need to see for myself what the devs have been doing for 4 months before I, you know, jump on the bandwagon of saying the game is good. We gotta wait and see. Would I play a game that is like medieval fantasy extraction, meaning that there are dungeons and points of interest where you can find loot, but it's open world survival? Um, I'm not usually too interested in base building if it's like PvP focused. I played a lot of Ark back in the day, Ark Survival Evolved, and I am kind of over that phase. Are you asking because there's a certain game in mind that you played? Because that sounds like a very specific question. You swear you played Mistfall, but it doesn't have history? It could be because the playtest is over, and it might just not be showing it. It's possible. asking because you're developing a game. I mean, I'd have to see gameplay of it. It's kind of impossible to say without seeing gameplay first. I don't know if that means you're... I don't know what stage you're in. You know, are you in the idea stage? Are you in the, you know, is it a playable game? I have no idea. Kind of depends. I think the extraction genre is growing, or at the very least, it's a genre that has the potential to, you know, grow from here. I'm hoping that we see some of these extraction games coming out that can rival some of these other bigger titles. Is it gonna happen? Well, I don't know for sure, but I hope it does. I would love nothing more than to see a game like Dark and Darker, even if it's not Dark and Darker. I would love to see a game like this grow in popularity, like Rust does, where it just gains players every month. If you want to try out the arena kit, you have a few fun builds. I'll let you know. I'm not, I don't know if I really care about playing any more arena, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of the arena maps, which is kind of hurting my experience a little bit. I'll let you know, though. Rust Bros? I mean, yeah, have you looked at Rust play charts, Mr. X? It's pretty impressive how much they've grown. The solo is still fun. I mean, there's problems. In my opinion, duos is probably the most fun. Solos is second, and then trios is third. Duos is just really balanced. He's not gonna fight, is he? I guess my movement speed's too slow. This is a druid, right? Why isn't he using his animal form? This is kind of weird. He doesn't use a single animal form. Sad news. He does have animal. Scooby-Doo chasing. Yep. Welcome to Druid in 2025. That's it. That's it, pretty much. What exactly would Dark and Darker need to grow every month? I mean, honestly, probably a lot of content that we don't currently have. For example, like character skill trees, for example. You know, I hit that guy with a Morningstar hit, but his bear hurts a lot more. I'll kill him eventually. In my opinion, that should have just killed him. In my professional opinion, that torch 100% should have killed him. Go ahead, someone tell me it shouldn't have. Someone tell me. Comes the third party. Well, this game is crazy. We're playing Druid. I kill one Druid and then the other Druid comes out of nowhere. National Druid Day? This is crazy. This is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't like where you're pointing that windlass at me, buddy. I don't like... Dude, there's so many people here. I can't hunt everybody. That cleric's a sweat? Oh, really? Oh. That sounds about right. That was so mean. I was trying to use the invis for the sorcerer. I didn't know the fighter was there. He didn't seem too happy about that one. What are you doing? Get out of here. I'm worried about the sorcerer. I can kill the spider. I'm worried about the I'm really worried about the sorcerer. Yeah, there he is. Sorcerer kill the cleric? Well, yeah. Dude, that sorcerer is killing everybody. I don't think I can kill him. He has killed 5 people. I don't think I can kill this guy. Unless I catch him off guard. If I just W key him, I'll die for sure. I'll just loot this body. Yeah, I think we're gonna just silently nod and let the sorcerer go about his day. I can't kill him with this build. That's not gonna happen. He's already killed 5 people. I'm good. I'm good, man. The only way to defeat him is to kill him? No. We can just run away. We can just leave. That works too. Hey, that was a crazy game, man. I spent the entire game fighting, pretty much. Felt like it, at least. Invis pots can kill sorcerers, but that's about it. Or he needs to, like, run into me. In an unfavorable spot. Got the Grimmies off the Cleric? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I didn't know the Cleric was that geared. He probably would have killed me unless I, baited out his skills. In a straight fight, he probably just DPS checks me. Almost guaranteed. Wizard is at the point right now where I'm not really sure why you would play Wizard over Sorcerer. It does feel that way. I wish I didn't enjoy... I wish I didn't enjoy Wizard over Sorcerer. Because Sorcerer is just so much better. And I feel like I'm just handicapping myself by playing it. I mean, think about this. How many people could a Wizard kill before he has to sit down and campfire? Definitely not. I think that Sorcerer killed 5 people. There's no way he could have gone that long without campfiring. Not gonna happen. I saw that, Shadows of Chroma Tower is coming out tomorrow. But that said, it's no longer a PvP game like it used to be. It's only PvE, so... Not really sure if I'm gonna play it personally. No! No, you dummy! Oh, what a troll, I missed! You freaking jackass. Oh my god, I'm so bad. These little crummy gray pots don't last long enough. He's just gonna range fight me forever. Bro, who plays like this in normals? What is this? How many knives does he have on him? Bro has 18,000 throwing knives in normals. What the hell, man? Is he gonna run out? Look at this. Look at this freaking goober. My guy has thrown like 1,000 gold worth of knives. Look at this guy. What is this? Insanity. Run it eventually? Baited. There we go. Oh, some nonsense. I don't know how many knives he threw, but it was a freaking lot. He still had 10 throwing knives, by the way. He still had plenty. No, he had 14 knives. No, he still had plenty. Running out my ass. He's not making his money back? Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that I will die. That's the problem. Wait, I'm not running those spells, man. What is that? What do you think this is? You think Cleric's a spellcaster? Nope. Dying is always a risk. Yeah. It's just fighting a rogue with that many throwing knives is pretty fun. It's pretty fun. My my invis pots don't last long enough to catch a rogue player. If I had a blue invis pot, I probably could have caught him. But not with a gray one. 10 spell cleric. Okay, so you want to just watch me give gear away, is that it? I probably will kill 0 players. Oh, I should throw these on. Might as well. Gonna watch me suffer? Obviously. No one would ever want me to play Spell Cleric unless you wanted to watch me suffer. Like Pocket Sands, unless he's still, I don't know if he's still, he was here earlier. Trust you, bro? Okay. Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know if I believe you. Oh, I got distracted by that rogue player. What I was gonna say is that Shadows of Chroma Tower game comes out tomorrow. Originally, I was gonna play it, but they took off the PvP mode. So it's only PvE now. So I'm really not sure if I'm gonna bother playing it or not now. I like the game, but I like the game also with the knowledge that it was, you know, PvP and PvE. Them taking that away, I'm not really sure if I'm gonna play it or not. No spell cleric is very strong, Nami said. Yeah, no spell cleric is insanely strong. Can you still play double spell wizard? I mean, you can, but you should just play sorcerer instead. Like truthfully, I don't know why you would play wizard over sorcerer. Mistfall is sometime this month. We just don't know the exact date yet. Wait, these are only 33 gold? That is way too cheap for these rogue players. I have half a mind to buy every single throwing knife and then vendor them. There's only 18 pages of them. I could easily completely destroy this page. It's very tempting. Maybe that means I won't get throwing knives spammed in normals. You'll donate to that? Alright. Alright, whoever wants to join me. Whoever wants to join me. I'll buy an inventory's worth of knives. Feel free to do what you want with them. I'm price gouging the rogue players. Alright, I did my part. Feel free to join in if you wanna join the cause. Nope. Oh. Buy them and sell them at a premium. I don't even care about making money off of it. You can. I just don't want the rogues to have them. I only care about the rogues not having access to them. I don't care about profit. It's too late in life for me to care. Special bags worth anything? They used to be. At this point, probably not that much. Wipe is in a week, so. You're in your game? I saw Witchy. I didn't see you though. Causing inflation for rogue players is demonic? No, it just feels right. We could call it Cleric Appreciation Day. And the only thing we do is we buy out rogues throwing knives and inflate their own and just inflate prices for them. Seems good to me. I think I just heard a player. Is there a rogue hiding? No, I probably just heard, like, the goblin. Show my gear? Oh, it's nothing crazy. Action speed, Morningstar, finesse, quickness ring, action speed, pants, action speed, movement speed, and necklace of peace with all attribute and action speed, and arcane garb. Pretty much just stacking action speed and true fizz. Rogues with 1,000 throwing knives is, it's not just deadly, it's super annoying to fight. You got the knives to 100 per stack? Wow, you're a G. You tripled the price of them. That's great. Nice job. Now, if you kept them, you can now resell them back to the rogue players. That might even be better. Oh. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Going to the trash can? Even better. Even better. I wasn't sure if you were going to try to price gouge them or not. When was the last time I played other maps? About 2 months ago. Why play other maps when I have goblin gifts? Oh, I missed it. Ooh. I missed the swing. That was scary. Good thing I'm a cleric and he's only a barbarian. Good thing it's just a weak and puny melee class. Nothing like cleric can be. Good thing. I like goblins the best because at this point in time, the only thing that I care about is PvP. Why would I play other maps? Like, it doesn't really, there's no difference. I need an incentive if I'm gonna play a different map. Like, I need something that makes me actually want to play it. And right now, if I'm only doing PvP, it does not matter where I play. Because PvP, like, I'm not looting anyway. It's a week before wipe. Like, who cares, you know? You killed back-to-back druids? Nice. That was good. Barbarian's not even that scary against Cleric. Cleric hard counters Barbarian, for the most part. I think I lose maybe, like, 1 in every, like, 20 Barbarian fights. It's very rare. Usually it's because I mess up or something. Oh, it's a barb. Doesn't matter. Dude, I'm gonna be real. I thought it was a Timmy fighter. I'm telling you, I thought that was a Timmy fighter. I did not think that was a barbarian. The Divine Protection buff swung the tables in favor of Cleric versus Barbarian by a pretty large margin, in my opinion. I'll just vendor his gear out of principle. I don't really care. People cry out to the war when barbs are strong. You know what's funny? For a player base that hates the range kiting meta, the player base sure does get really butthurt when melee becomes good. God forbid melee actually be able to kill range in this game. Throwing knives are now 120. Nice. That's good. Good work, fellas. I am pretty sure that guy was Timmy baiting, because I really thought that guy was... I just thought it was a frickin'... Yeah, I thought it was a fighter. Lucky for me, I'm a cleric, so it doesn't really matter. The best solo class, if played perfectly, I think is Druid, but Rogue is really, really close. Rogue is easier to play than Druid, but Druid played perfectly is way more annoying. Although, again, it's pretty close. Knowing that the guy that killed you didn't need to sweat while you were sweating just to have a chance to win is why when simple class are too strong, it's frustrating. The guy that killed you didn't need to sweat. Wait. Well, no one killed me today. I struggled against the rogue, but it's because he had like 500 throwing knives. That's why I started the throwing knife increase revolution. I mean, Barbarian should be strong in melee. Range is so strong in this game. I really don't see a problem with Barbarian being strong. Like, if you don't want the entire game to be nothing but range meta, then Barbarian needs to be strong. Otherwise, you might as well just play every other class in the game that can spam range. I don't even think Barbarian is anywhere near top tier, like, for geared solos. There are so many other classes that just do better than Barbarian does. Not that you can't get kills with Barbarian, but I think there are better classes out there. I am way more scared of a geared rogue than a geared barb. Not even close. Because I'll know the Barbarian is, like, coming. I will never, like, the rogue will probably just pop up and kill me for free before I get a chance to, like, fight back. About Fighter? Well, Fighter's a little bit different, because Fighter has range. They're a melee class, but they're also a range class. Also, Fighter's not even weak. But Fighter has very specific weapon metas that make it not weak. Too. Fighter is good because of weapon mastery, really. If weapon mastery didn't exist, then Fighter would be a completely different class. And it would be a different conversation. But Fighters have access to survival bow kiting. They also have access to Demon's Glee and Rondell Dagger and all that other fun stuff. Yep, that is true. Yep, the better gear, the worse that Barbarian scales. It's not that the Barbarian is bad, but they do not scale as well. You're a longsword fighter? Yeah, but longsword isn't really weak. If you get one parry with longsword, the other guy dies. Like from 100 to 0. I fail to see how a weapon that can insta-kill you can be weak. Same with Lantern Shield. I think both of them are very strong. You have a 40% fizz power set on Rogue. My Death Bloom Rogue is about 34%. 50% if you include the perk. It's pretty good. Sorcerer can still clap Barbarian. I'm just saying. I think Sorcerer is like the least affected by the magic power damage differences. Wizard is definitely pretty effective, but Sorcerer is still very, very strong. If Barbarian does not have Iron Will, they just lose for free, which means that Barbarian has one perk that is required at all times just to play the game. Could you imagine trying to fight a Sorcerer as a Barb without Iron Will? You would just fly across the room constantly. It would be so unfun. Even with Iron Will, they still do enough damage that they can kill you. Plus, they have Longsword to parry. And they have spells, like the one that makes the lightning thing around you, that can hurt and slow down melee attackers. Sorcerer really is not weak against Barb. I don't know where that sentiment ever came from. But, I just don't think it's true. Well, Iron Pill was a required perk, and required perks are not good for games. A perk is not good for the game if it's a requirement to play, in my opinion. Perks are supposed to be options to build a kit, and instead, it is a 100% you have to take it or you lose. You cannot kill a Sorcerer if you don't have Iron Will, unless the Sorcerer does not know what they're doing. I heard, like, music, but where? Was he under? Oh. He was trying to be fancy. He tried to block. That's not the right play. What is this? What is this bard doing? I mean, I just watched a sorcerer wipe an entire lobby 20 minutes ago. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I was gonna just run. I was... Okay. Oh. Sorry, man. I really was not gonna kill him. I wanted to see who it was. I didn't think he was gonna WQ me like that. I really was not gonna kill this guy. But he didn't give me a choice. Well, insta-casting is just silly. I don't know why they think... I don't know why Sorcerer needs insta-casting. They already had 75% reduction, and they reduced / buffed all of their spells already. Does Sorcerer really need 100% reduction? I just think that's ridiculous. Wizard has a skill that gives one spell instacast, but Sorcerer gets every single spell instacast with no campfire required. For a perk? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. At least it seems like it to me. They have long cooldowns. They're really not that long, because you can just cycle between all of your spells. Just don't waste all of them. You will not convince me that Sorcerer needs instacasting. There's no way you can convince me that that's true. No class in the game should have a perk that just gives you insta. It's the same exact logic that Druid never should have gotten insta transform. It makes the class just fundamentally reliant on one perk. Having a game require a perk to play a class is not good game design. Iron Well on Barb, instacast on Sorcerer, instacast on Druid. These are all things that are so game-changing for the class that you have to use them. There's no choice. And I think that is bad game design. It would be better if you actually had a choice when you were building a class. And you weren't like, okay, well, I have to take this. I just don't... I don't know. It's more fun for game building. Or for, like, build... You know, it's more fun for making builds when I can kind of look at a perk list and go, okay, which perks do I want? Instead, it's like, oh, well, I have to take this, and I have to take this, and then it becomes like a required build at that point, and it's like, it just feels kind of lame, I think. Well, that's an entirely different problem. Why are we balancing an entire class on one perk that they may or may not take? That basically means that Iron Mace knows that it's a required perk. If the class is being balanced around it, that's a problem. It's the same reason that I hate Druid. The fact that Iron Mace decided early on to make Druid an instacast class as a perk means that the class will forever have to be balanced based on one perk that is a required fit-in to take. The only exception is Healing Druid, which didn't get added till much later, and is specifically a trio thing, as far as I'm aware. Hey, Tyler, that's okay. Yeah, the entire first 2 hours of stream was coverage on everything new that they're doing for the wipe. If you look at the pinned comment, Tyler, there's a link to the notes that I covered. So feel free to check that out if you like. got stuck on the spider. I mean, don't you think it would be much healthier for the game if a class was built and designed on just being generally strong instead of requiring one specific, you know, one specific perk to make the class feel good? Wouldn't that just make, I don't know, I feel like that, am I crazy? I don't know, man. That guy was very, very focused on fighting that mob. He might have been new. Possible. I'm still upset that Ignite doesn't have a 12-second timer anymore. Even though they buffed it back to 8, it's still... Or... No, or I don't remember. What was the original? What is it at right now? Is it 8 or 12? I don't remember the exact values. I'm still upset that Ignite did not get rebuffed to the original value, which I think might have been 15, maybe? Yeah, what did it go from? 8 to 12 to 15? Something like that? Somewhere in that range. Oh, 16 to 8 to 12. That's it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, Ignite is still 25% weaker than it was. Which is so bad for HR. You can play it in normals, though. It just takes some effort. It's fun, but it's debatably not worth the time, unless you really like Wizard. But it's fun for me, so I just do it anyway. Wizard is a utility class. Here's a cheerleader. He makes everybody else feel good. Poor guy. Feels good not being scared of barbs. When I play Cleric and I see a barbarian, I'm already, like, counting up the gear that I'm about to get. I kill most barbs. It's pretty rare that I die to them. It can happen, you know. It's not a guaranteed kill, but you're favored for sure. I'm a betting man, and I would absolutely bet on, like, a Cleric fight versus a barb and the Cleric winning. Put all my money on the Cleric. Womp womp. Oh my god. Okay. Well. You haven't lost to a single barb? I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised. At least Ignite feels mostly better for PvE now that you can finally two-shot a lot of mobs, but on the other hand, it's the worst time in history for Wiz solo bossing. True. I would, I would love to see... I just want to see Ignite come back to the original period. There's so much to ask. Give Wizards self-casting. Like, make something last longer on yourself versus other people, just like Cleric should do that. Why the heck, in 2025, can't we have a spell that has a different duration for yourself versus your teammates? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Wish it did. The chicken form was the wrong call. It was not the right one, though. Unfortunately, crap. I mean, think about how much better Cleric and Wizard would be if you could cast, like, Haste, Ignite, Protection, Divine Strike, all that fun stuff, if it lasted longer on yourself, so they could balance it for teams and solos at the same exact time. Like, it would be so easy. Because it feels like it would be. You know, I tried playing Barbarian and Normals the other day, and the only thing I could keep thinking was, wow, like, why am I not just playing Cleric? This Cleric build just feels like a better Barb, unless casters are meta. If the meta is Sorcerer, Wizard, Warlock, and that kind of stuff, then sure, Barb is better. If the meta is Fighter, you know, if it's like Fighter, Barb, Clerics, Druids, anything like that, then yeah, you probably just play Cleric. I think at this point makes more sense. Well, it's true that Paladin Cleric will definitely kill noobs. It's really good against good players, too. It's not only good against noobs. It's just a good build all around. Max movement with this build? Yeah, of course. Not in normals. Well, you might be able to in normals, but I'm not min-maxing here. I don't know why they refuse to do balance in terms of having, like, a different self-buff. I've never understood it at all. It makes no sense to me. I wish I understood Iron Mace's thought process, but I just don't. It confuses me. Oh, I wanted to ask, how did you guys like the The Expedition in the Darkness stream. Like, do you enjoy seeing extraction games that are not only PvP? Like, do you want to see more PvE extraction games tested out on my channel? Besides just Expedition? Because I wouldn't mind broadening my horizons to, like, having those as, like a seldom kind of stream. I doubt I could ever make that kind of game, like, a permanent game, because it's PvE, so it's, like, not a lot of content, but... people seem to enjoy it, at least. I know they hate solo, Steve. I don't know. Makes me sad. If only Caster Cleric benefited from the dude, if Caster Cleric had self-buff versus team buff, the class could actually be good. But it doesn't, so it's not. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. For solo Cleric, the difference in smite damage is very, very minimal. I'm gonna explain it to you this way. Smite does 10 damage, okay? And then you get 1 damage scaling, right? So, the will that I have right now, the magic damage bonus is 12%. Usually I don't go much past 12% because of the nerfs. So the damage being added for smite is very low. And you still don't want to build true magic damage anyway, because you just want to build true fizz, so you don't have to rely on smite. This buff is not that big of a deal. It's only a big deal for Caster Cleric that wants to also build for magic damage. That is the only time that it's better. Because it's still better to build true fizz and not true magic. I'm just saying. The buff is nowhere near as good as I saw people acting like it was. Except for Caster Cleric. It's the only buff that, like, really matters. And even for Caster Cleric, it's still a pretty minor buff. You're talking, like, 1 to 2 damage at most for smite. Which, sure, it's decent. But it's not gonna... it's not that game-changing. Because it's only Caster Cleric. That's the thing I really gotta drive home. It's specifically because of the type of cleric that it's buffing. Now, if it was like if it was higher than 1, then yeah, then we'd be talking. Schedule 1? I have no idea what that is. I was gonna try that Steel Hunter game, but I wasn't a huge fan of it. So I changed my mind on that. I also saw the reviews were pretty bad, so I didn't really bother. Hunger? Hunger's already on my list. It's not out yet. I'm already in Hunger's Discord, waiting for a notification that I can play the game. Demon form, but he left. I would have loved to have fought a demon for him, Warlock. I'm sad he left. Yeah, Hunger, to my understanding, is supposed to be some kind of Hunt Showdown competitor. So I might give it a go. They've been releasing teasers. Some of their monsters and stuff look pretty cool. I mean, at this point, I feel like I've kind of fallen into this, like, extraction tester. I feel like I've played so many different extraction games at this point, but it's because I'm looking for another game that, like, I can play more often. Like, you know, with more longevity, and no game has really been able to quite fill that gap yet. Legacy almost did it, but it ended up dying pretty much, so it kind of, you know, I can't really do that anymore. I played Legacy quite a bit, though, before I moved on. At least a month. But it's good, you know, playing other games is great mentally. I can't play the same game all day, every day. I would just get tired of it. So I will just keep testing out extraction games until something finally clicks. Maybe move on from Legacy. The player count was diminishing like crazy, but that wasn't why I quit. I quit because I did all the content. There's nothing left for me to do in the game, is like the main reason. Comic, did I kill you? Are you Sly Barbie guy? You were sitting in a corner with a felling axe. You were obviously trying to kill me. Very scary. But we haven't seen a lot on Hunger yet. Right now, it's mostly just waiting for something to happen. You're hoping I move away? Oh. Oh, so you went into fight or flight mode and you decided to fight, is that what you're saying? Is that it? Understandable. I tried Hunt for one day, and I didn't really... The kill trading is what killed it for me. The very first day I played it, I was noticing people, like, I was dying after I killed somebody because, like, their bullet would shoot me after they were already dead, which apparently was known as kill trading or something. And I ended up just refunding it and moving on. Alright, Comic, that's okay. Sorry I killed you. Unfortunately for you, I'm not scared of barbarians, so I was gonna W key you no matter what. And again, even though Hunt is not something I will probably really ever play, I will still look into Hunger, regardless. Even if Hunger is trying to kind of compete against Hunt Showdown, that doesn't mean I won't like it, you know? I'll still give it a fair try. Playing Valheim. I remember being excited for Valheim when it first came out, but then I never really played it. Can't wait to watch you play a game that's not Dad. Well, Callum, we're pretty close. There's a lot of games coming up, hopefully. There's Mistfall Hunter, there's Vault Breakers, there's Midnight Walkers, there's Hunger, there's I don't really know what else, but there's probably more that I'm not thinking of at the moment. Those are just 4 off the top of my head. Plenty of extraction games coming. Are they going to be good? I don't know. We'll see. I hope they're good. If Mistfall Hunters isn't good, I'm going to be very upset. Because that's the game I'm, like, really looking forward to. Any of the other ones can be bad, and I won't really be too phased. If Mistfall is bad, I'll be pretty sad. Be back in a sec. Well, here's the thing. I'm looking forward to Midnight Walkers too, but the playtest quality of Midnight Walkers versus Mistfall is not even close. Midnight Walkers had a ton of server issues, and the gameplay is nowhere near as polished as Mistfall was. So, while I'm looking forward to trying Mistfall, or while I'm looking forward to trying Midnight Walkers in June, I am not expecting anything. You know, it could launch dead on arrival, and it would kind of suck, but I would not be, you know, I would not be, like, overly upset about it. I don't want it to, but, you know. Mistfall's last playtest was just, it was good enough where, as long as the development team is still working at the same pace that they were before I saw their game, I'm pretty confident it'll be good. But we can only know for sure once it releases officially. It seemed imbalanced for PvE. I mean, once you got good and you got used to the mobs, you actually cleared it pretty quick. I died for like a few hours and it was pretty tough, but once I learned how to play the game, it actually got way easier. As long as people don't have the attention span of like a peanut. I'm sure people will get used to the PvE. I mean, if people can play a game like Dark Souls, then I'm sure that people will be willing to play it. What I'm more worried about is how the PvP will be, like, balance-wise. I hope they don't have the same struggles that Dark and Darker seems to have in terms of trying to balance the game as far as PvP goes. It seems like it's always, like, this crazy back and forth. You know, the hard part for me is Vault Breakers is on the 9th. And then Dark and Darker Wipe is on the 10th. And then I don't know when Mistfall Hunter's test is. I really hope Mistfall Hunter does not release on the same day as Dark and Darker's Wipe. It's not that I wouldn't be willing to play Mistfall Hunter over Dark and Darker if the test was good, but I would rather not have to choose. I'd rather be able to do both. But I have no idea. I was hoping that Mistfall would come, like, early. I was hoping it would be, like, last month. You know, like, end of March, but it didn't happen. I also don't think hard PvE is enough to, like, kill a game off, because otherwise games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring would not do well. So I don't think hard PvE in Mistfall would result in the game, like, not doing well. I just don't think that would happen. Would I play an MMO based on the... MMOs are hard because it requires such a commitment to the game. And I like hopping around games a lot. So it's really, really tough for me to really get into an MMO. Extraction games are good because I can kind of just hop in and out of them whenever I want. You know, and then there's always vibes to look forward to for more content. It's a lot different for something like an MMO. The amount of, just the sheer amount of time it takes is insane. Yeah, so I'm still a little bit torn on it. I might, because Dark and Darker is in such a, whatever state until wipe is. Like, I don't feel like I'm missing anything by not playing Dark and Darker right now. So I might play Shadows tomorrow, just for the sake of, like, seeing how it is. I'm not, like, saying that I'm gonna play it for a while or anything, but I might just play it just for fun. And we'll just kind of see how it goes. Uh-oh. Dude, I juked him like crazy. I would have died there, but I ducked on this wall and he bonked the wall. I'm pretty sure he had me because he got the first hit. How lucky am I? You know what's sad is HR is also... Oh, man. I got the first hit. No, leave me alone. Clerics everywhere? Yeah, it's a good class right now. What are you doing? What is the play? Okay. Anyway. Anyway. What a weirdo. Okay. I think he wants to mine, so maybe we'll let him go. I wanted to loot this cleric anyway. Yeah, Leonite, that ale would have made a difference. That's why I pushed you when I did. Well, I don't think I drank a protection pot, right? You chose a protection pot over the ale, which is a mistake. You should have drank the ale first. Because ale will do more than a protection pot will in the course of a fight. Which is why I pushed you when I did. I'm not gonna kill the miner. I would feel mean. He's just minding his own business. What? If he shoots me, I'm killing him. Please, shoot me. I dare you. I dare you. Please. Give me a reason. Give me a reason, fighter. He does not seem very, he seems very wary of me. Just trying to play you a song. It was not only ale I got the first hit too. That's true, but the ale is still better than the blue pot regardless. As soon as you saw my name in the kill feed and then you saw me, you panicked. I was surprised you didn't try to third party me, but I would have just ran if you did try. Your build was too slow to catch me, I think, because I would have just ran underneath the little bridge area. Let him live? Yeah, I'm gonna let him live. He didn't shoot me. That's what I was waiting for. Yeah, I would have felt bad. Never liked third partying. Yeah, I would have been kind of sad if you did, but I would have just had to run away. Oh, this is the fighter. I'm good. I'm just messing with him. I'm just gonna wait for the elevator. You know, it's poking at a beehive to feel entitled to burning it down to the ground. If a bee dare just sting me. You know, that's a really funny... that's a really, really funny way of putting it. Because that is really accurate. It's very accurate. It's funny. Hey, to be fair, if he's longsword, he could kill me. It only takes one parry. What is this build? Smite Divine Protection, baby. No spell quirk. We're good. Wait. That kit made you 10,000 gold? Are you serious? Well, lucky for you, I didn't take almost any of it, so you'll just be able to take it all back, so you're welcome. Yeah, I barely touched your gear set. I think I took this necklace and that's it. Mining at the end of the season is crazy work, for sure. That dude is crazy. You would not catch me dead mining this late in the white, man. That is absolutely insane. Speaking of clerics, we're already starting off strong. Dude, there are so many clerics and solos, it's so funny. If he just likes mining? Yeah, I guess so. Probably. Even the skin is not viable anymore. There's no point in grinding anymore. There's really not. I don't know why you would ever mine this late in the wipe, unless you just enjoyed it. Well, I mean, that fighter could have tried to third party me and he didn't, so I didn't want to kill him unless he was aggressive. You had to go ignite, melt, Rondell after getting killed every game by every druid when you were playing Ranger. I'm pretty sure the shotgun skill on Ranger just hard counters druid, doesn't it? One shotgun, I think, can't that like insta kill a bear? I'm not really familiar with the matchup. You don't like running shotgun because it gets canceled with Panther? Yeah, but if you use the shotgun and hit them in Panther form before they silence you, don't they get one shot anyway? I don't know, I guess it could be kind of high risk because of the silence. I know I was getting hit there. Next wipe, gold reserves are going to be much lower since there's no way to double boss anymore. Oh, yeah, like gold ore. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, gold ore is going to be way more rare, I'm sure. Are we gonna see Druid nerf soon? I doubt it. I'll believe it when I see it. Oh my god, there's a wizard in here. Oh my god, someone died to Zap. There's a caster wizard in this lobby. That's crazy. Caster wizard's actually good against me because of this specific build. He could actually kill me. That would be pretty cool. I haven't died to a wizard in a while. Gold ore will never surpass unique gems for gold storage functions, in my opinion. I bet you people are going to be buying unique emeralds super early into wipe, and it will be the best way of storing gold, because you can stack them in sets of 3. Imagine having, like, it's like having 150,000 gold in one little 1x1 stash. There's no way anything's better than that. If you want to, like, you know, for high-end value. It's like top tier, I'm pretty sure. If you want, like, smaller amounts, then, you know, sure, gold ore might be good. But if your goal is to just store as much as possible in as little space as possible, I imagine that's probably the best bet. I'm really surprised he's running. I mean, he potted first. You chicken! Get back here! Come back! Chicken. Oh my god. Well, you don't have to convince me that druids are OP. I'm aware that druids are, like, insanely strong. I'm fully aware of this. If he dropped at the end, he might have won since my protection was gone. Yeah, you're probably right. I only got 1 foot hit, so probably. Oh my god. Oh, it's a Chad wizard. This is the build I like to run. Yeah, this looks just like my wizard build. I wonder if this guy got it from my video. It's like, it's to a T, it's the gear that I run. That's funny. I don't know if it is or not, but I like to imagine it is. It'd be cool. Wipes in 3 days. Well, no, wipes in a week, right? Either way, though, yeah, wipe is pretty soon. I'm surprised he ran. It's a mirror matchup. I thought he'd want to fight. Guess not. Oh well. I think bear form, it's a little bit of a mix of a lot of things. The knockback is annoying. The PDR HP total feels a little too high. And the insta transform kind of groups it together. If instacast didn't exist, I think bear form would not feel as oppressive. Because then bear form would have a genuine downside of punishing him. Instead, you can just instantly transform back to any form you want, so there's not really much downside to being in bear form, you know. Oh, did the wizard have lightning strike? Well, the gear was my setup, but the spell is not, because I don't run lightning strike. That's true. Oh my god, Big Willie. You were the cleric who ran from me? No. Oh my god. Oh man. I couldn't believe it. You used the blue pot and then you ran away. I was so surprised. Man, oh man, it's okay. I did call you a chicken though. You recognized me and thought you get skilled them? I mean, in a straight 1v1, you win because you have Templar, you have champion armor, and I don't. You have more PDR. So I probably have to bait out your skill to beat you. Probably. Prince, do you remember when Druid used to have the Ruby Silver Curious? That shit was crazy. Is that a sorcerer I saw? Because I don't want a W key a sorcerer. Okay, if it's sorcerer, that's it. Of course it's a druid. I should have known it was a druid. Alright, GG. One druid down. And it's witchy. GG. Dreamwalk nerf would be pretty big for druid too. Because that skill makes it really hard to actually kill a druid without letting them just get a free transformation. Yeah, Witchy, I had seen you in a few of my games, but I just never ended up fighting you. Lucky for you, most of this gear I don't even want, so you can just have it back. I don't even want it. Only costs like a 1v1 a bear without outranging it? That's not true. Barbarian with Warmaul and 40% action speed can kill him. That's what my build is for High Roller Barb. And yes, I do mean 40% action speed. You missed the Mistfall Hunter playtest? Well, the last playtest was months ago. The next playtest is this month. But yeah, it was really fun, I think. How do you think they might come back griefing in adventure mode? I have no idea. I spent probably a good 30 minutes talking about the potential that, like, the potential of griefing that's gonna happen in PvE mode. I have no idea how they're gonna stop it. Like, how are they gonna stop someone from boss camping and either getting a final hit on a boss or trying to get the person killed or anything like that? I have no idea. This has gotta be clear. I care more about rogues dying than a cleric. Oh my... Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh my goodness. The flame spout kill. Oh man. Oh. Oh man, I just can't. I can't, man. That is so funny. That is so comical. Alright, time to go kill the cleric. GG. Oh, GG. Oh, it's so sad. I barely missed that. Damn it. Oh, it was so close. That morning star hit. I barely grazed it. Oh, you god damn it. GG. Ugh. Dummy. Unlucky. I need action speed. It's exclamation mark wipe, Nico. If you're looking for the notes. Oh, none for sale, huh? Oh, guess I'll make my own. Yeah, action speed is so much better than max health for green gear. It's not even close. It's so much better. It's not, yeah. So, I will gladly swap that. 1 dexterity is also not enough. I want 1.8 is more like 2. I'm so sad I died there. I misplayed so bad. I cannot believe I missed. I missed 2 swings. I don't know how I missed those. Dummy. No other word for it. Just dumb. My own fault. What are you gonna do? What kind of light bulb is that behind me? I can make it dimmer. How is that? Is that better? Why keep all those morning swords if I go to the market anyways? Because I'm lazy. Because I am absurdly lazy. That's all I got for you. No other answer to it. Dude, it's the end of wipe. I mean, I know all of this stuff is gonna be gone anyway, so I just don't really care. Sometimes looking for the item in my stash is longer than I feel like spending. It's opposite of yours. Well, it's the end of wipe, man. I don't feel like spending the time to organize something that's gonna be completely irrelevant soon, you know? How much movement speed? Right now I'm at 312. If I take off my chest, I can be 315 though, if I absolutely need it. If I got better boots, I could be one more higher, but it's good enough. I was so sad. But my Morning Star, like, I knew... I forget Morning Star. Oh, man. If I had a drum on me, I could have killed him. Safer. I should have just full committed there. I should have just stayed, like, right inside of him. I just kept W keying. It's my own fault for trying to be, like, fancy. I hate stash organization, man. It's not fun. I play games for fun, not for, like, work. Which is what stash feels, which is what it feels like. Pause? What are we pausing for? No pause required. I don't know what you're trying to even get at here, buddy, but there's no pausing needed. You can pause. You heard me. Crazy. You're just hearing what you want to hear, buddy. That's it, that's it. I did sell a lot of stuff for that religion reward. And then I got lazy and started selling all of my my Spectral coin bags. I think they were like 10k a piece at the time. So I sold like 12 of them for the remaining funds. Let's go up north. Honestly, the religion gold sync really made it hard for me to enjoy the wipe. Because I ended up spending so much money on it that it made it hard for me to do, like, HR stuff. Was that a sorcerer? I don't really fight sorcerers. Wait, he just got hit by a Gola. Actually. That actually means I can kill him. Because that means he's pretty low. How am I supposed to kill this? What the fuck? Is it like 3 knockbacks? How am I supposed to fight that? Alright, well, never mind. This is why I don't kill sorcerers. They're, like, basically invincible. I don't know how the fuck I'm ever supposed to kill that. I just fly across the room 1,800 times. How am I supposed to fight that? Like, honestly, how am I supposed to fight that? Insanity is what that is. That is why, as a barbarian, you have to use Iron Will. If Cleric had Iron Will, that would be so good. Oh my god, I would gladly give up something for Iron Will. 100%, please. Oh, that was very mean of him. I don't know where the sorcerer is the problem. I hate fighting sorcerers, dude. I hate it. That's why I usually land on them. What? Damn, god. Oh my god, this ranger. You think he'll come in? Come on, buddy. Did he see me? You freaking dog. Oh, the infinite knockback. Yay. Oh boy. Oh, the knockback. It's such a hard counter for me too. The knockback. It's so tough. I need my barbarian Iron Will. I'm just dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I can't beat knockback ranger. It's another hard counter. Usually I don't run into it, but I can't yeah, I can't counter that. I just get knocked back every era. Nothing I can do there. Sad. Yeah, I think in order to kill him, I also have to invis bot. I think that is like the only answer to that, unfortunately. So sad. Iron Wall time? Well, the problem is, if I do Iron Wall Barb, I lose the Cleric. And Cleric is too common for me to play against my counters. This build has 2 hard counters. Sorcerer and Knockback Ranger. Those are by far the hardest matchups for this build. They're such hard counters that the only way you can fight them is if you invis bot them. That is the only way you can ever win that. You are never winning that outside of that. I hate that I have to build my own gear. Unless I want to spend like $5 million. Oh, that's good at least. I usually have to build my own stuff because the prices that they try to sell stuff for is outrageous. Usually. How do you lose to a cleric? The only guys that beat me that I'm even scared of is knockback, ranger, and sorcerer. I beat basically everybody else. The only answer to that ranger is to keep running away and invis pod if he chases. That is the only way you're ever winning that fight. You cannot beat iron. You cannot beat knockback ranger if they have a brain, at least. Unless unless you invis pod them. Like that is the answer. But that is easier said than done. It's not always that easy, you know. It's not always that easy. Now, you know what's funny? If Ranger decides to take knockback, which is a completely useless skill against Barbarian, if they decide to run knockback and you're running Barb, if I'm running Hatchet Barb against that guy, he just loses for free. Because he has -1 skill that does nothing. It's just one of those examples of how a solo fight can swing based on something hard countering one or another. It's like, if I fight a PDR fighter, it's a free kill. But then if I fight that ranger, I lose because it's a free kill for them. And it's like this vicious circle of certain classes just completely dumpstering other classes. Iron Will Barb is really good against those guys, like Sorcerer and Ranger and whatever. But they suck ass against Cleric. It's so bad. You have to make a choice of what class you think you play against the most, and then roll the dice and just go for, like, your preferred matchup. Pretty much. Well, that's true. Shotgun does counter basically everybody. But that said, Shotgun is not 100% effective. You know, it's only 99% effective. So as long as it doesn't insta-kill you, you should probably kill them. If it does insta-kill you, then, well, GG. If you play Barb, just don't fight Cleric, just walk away. Well, it depends on what their movement speed is. I build for fast movement speed. My speed right now is 310. And it can be 314 if I take my Arcane Garb off. Not every Barbarian is fast enough to get away from me. I can chase him forever. Like, yeah, maybe he's built for speed, but if his build is not default faster, he loses. It's not that movement speed is improved for Cleric, it's that I'm building for movement speed. Because movement speed is meta. So if the Barbarian decides to build movement speed too, then yeah, he can get away. But if the Barbarian does not build it... Wizard! How does this counter Barb? Because Smite and Divine Protection completely dumpsters them. Does it make sure? Because the PDR skill, look at it like true PDR. That's what was explained to me. I don't think Armor Pen affects it, so it makes you just really, really resilient. And they buffed it so it lasts for a long time. And if you get hit by Smite Faithfulness, you can't get away. Because you're too fast and the slowdown is too much. So if you get hit once as a barb during the skill, you probably get stat checked and lose. I almost never die to barbarians. It's almost a hard counter for them. Watching me fight a barb is almost the same as watching a ranger fight me with pushback. It looks like an impossible fight. Because it kind of is. Like, yeah, fighter also gets countered by this. That is correct. Yeah, fighter and barb are the classes you want to see as this build. Okay. I didn't expect the Warmaw play. I haven't seen a Warmaw card in a while. Oh, I'm just dead. Okay, well, he did the one thing that would actually let me kill him. He just didn't knock me back for, like, whatever reason. If he just knocks me back, I lose. I don't know why he did that. That is literally just a skill issue. I should never be killing him there. I am, like, there is no reason I should ever win that fight. I'll take it, though. My HP is 125 right now. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll take it. But, yeah, he really should not have been killing me there. But, again, no complaints. I'm fine with that. Even if I'm close and he's slowed, that doesn't mean he's dead. He just has to push me back. What? Gold card. I thought that was the sorcerer. Yeah, all he had to do was knock me back. I don't know why he didn't. He used, like, the wrong spell. He had a knockback spell, he just didn't use it quick enough. That's all he had to do. I really don't know why he didn't. I mean, I'll take it, though. So, just go. Oh, I was looking at chat. So think of it this way. So Sorcerer has at least 2 knockbacks. Plus they have the AoE shield that goes around them that makes you also slow and take damage. So the Sorcerer hits you with a damage spell. They knock you back once. They hit you again with another damage spell. They knock you back a second time. And then you use that, like, AoE shield. Any combination of those spells, depending on how you combine them, because I don't know exactly what... Like, I don't know exactly the cooldowns on those. But if you use any combinations of the knockbacks and the slowdowns, like, you really should not be losing to Cleric, because he also has a longsword. So even if I get close to him, he can just pull out the longsword and either attack me or try to parry. Like, he has so many chances to kill me there. He really does. Like the idea of PvE Dark? Yeah, I just hope that the devs do it well for next wipe. Also, Wizard Melt is true armor, so if you get burned and hit with Reckless, you can still get one shot. Yes, that is correct. Wizard Melt is true armor reduction. Melt is really, really good. He has no shoes. Funny. Poor guy. He doesn't know to go to the Squire to get a pair of boots. Yeah, total. As far as the sorcerer cleric matchup goes, as long as you do not let the cleric close the gap and you just keep using all of your like your pushbacks and everything else, as long as you keep them away from you, it really should be a pretty easy kill, I think. I will say, I wish this game didn't have so many hard counters. It does feel kind of bad that I know what classes will kill me or won't kill me basically before the fight starts, because I kind of just know how the fight is supposed to go, you know? If I see a sorcerer or knockback ranger, like, I know I'm probably gonna die, and that's why I usually run. If I see, like, a barber or fighter, I know I'm probably going to win, as long as I don't misplay. So you just W key them and keep going. This, I don't know. I sometimes I wish there weren't, if it wasn't such a hard counter kind of game. Wish there was a little more counterplay. You had one fight with Cleric as Sorcerer. Yeah, the thing is, if you're losing as a Sorcerer to Cleric, it's just, you just have to play better. If you play perfectly against a Cleric, I don't think you should ever be losing. But you have to, like, play well. I'm not saying anybody can just grab Sorcerer, like, game one and just kill them, but... Oh, I agree with you. Duos PvP is really good. Duos is better than Trios. And Solos, as far as, like, balance goes. I mean, I think Duos are just more fun than Trios anyway. Mosquito Rogue gameplay? When have you ever known me to play Mosquito Rogue? That's not even in my preferred build category. Whenever I play Rogue, I just landmine people with melee. Usually. First time for everything? Well, it's not that it's a first time. I mean, I've played it before, but I'm just not a big fan of the playstyle. I don't really like range kiting playstyles. I don't mind using range if it means that the intent is to melee. But as far as playing only range spam, I just don't really find it very fun. That's why I usually levitate towards melee classes, or at least hybrid classes, if it's not cleric. This is a Timmy. I don't know if it is or not, but... So there's a great example of a stat check fight. That, like, I didn't do anything there. It doesn't matter what he did. It's a fighter, so he loses. It's like the other side of the coin, pretty much. Alright, I feel a little bad. This guy's definitely new. That was a purple falchion, though. Like, that damage he's doing is a purple weapon, and it doesn't matter. Because cleric skills just keep you alive for so long. It just doesn't matter at all. Oh, jeez. Okay. Not sure if the skeleton helped me or not there, but worked out. What home would I run with this? Oh, nothing. In normals, you just run nothing. You run werewolf skin or lizard skin. I actually should probably have lizard skin on, not lichen skin. Now that I think about it. But it's close. Yeah, sorcerers, it's not like sorcerer is necessarily easy to play, but they have the tools available to, like, really, really be a nuisance. Alright, I'm just gonna choose this thing. You know, one of these days, they're gonna remove this brazier. One day. This guy is in some decent gear, I tell you what. Yeah, I don't think you run a helmet at all because it's too slow. I think using the skins is just better, personally. The champion pet? Yeah, he actually helped me there a little bit. Can't complain. He was hitting it with Morningstar. The Falchion was the fighter. This guy right here, who I killed, had a Falchion before that fight. If I had to choose a helm, I would probably go with the Spangle helm, because it gives you decent dexterity. And running this build with high dex feels really good. However, in normals, I don't think you use a helmet at all. I think you use lizard or wolf skin. Either one is fine. You ready to watch me stat check this guy for free? Okay. Good fight. It's so stupid. Like, I know the fight is won by the time, like, if I get in melee range and he doesn't hit me a million times, he's already dead. It doesn't matter what he's using, he just dies. It's so stupid. Like, it almost takes the fun out of the game a little bit. Like, knowing the fight is won before I even, like, fight. Like, give him a legendary rapier, and I'm telling you, he still loses that fight. It's crazy, man. I don't know what the answer is, but I just know that's how it feels. Like, I couldn't present you an answer to make Cleric not feel completely trash against these range fighting classes, but not feel overwhelmingly strong in melee. But currently, that's how it feels. So. Streak of weakness should strip all my armor. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But the reality is, I don't think it'll ever get fixed. Iron Mace has been pretty clear that they have no interest in balancing for solo. They just want to balance for arena. So I imagine that this build is probably going to forever just be the melee powerhouse and, you know, dies to everything else build. Something like that. Honestly, it probably just changes based on the current meta. Like, if they did a magic power bonus buff right now, and, I don't know, made it like it was pre-patch, I would probably play Barbarian instead of Cleric. But it would be the same difference. It would be the same gameplay. I would just be a Barb instead of a Cleric, doing the same exact thing, pretty much. Yeah, I played a little bit of Arena total. It's pretty insane. It's just a bunch of stat checking teams. Do poison stack do damage to Cleric? Yeah, -2 per stack though. Perseverance counters Rupture and Poison extremely well. But Cutthroat hard counters Cleric, so it doesn't matter. Rogue will still dominate Cleric as long as they have Cutthroat. Even without Cutthroat, you can still kill them. Just go from Invis and landmine them. You know if they'll nerf Panner, you deleted your 40% PDR Cleric within 4 hits and under 124 lobby. I mean, yeah, Panther's pretty strong. I can't disagree. But I don't know if they will ever do anything to Druid or not, to be honest with you. I have no idea. At this point, I'm kind of leaning towards unlikely. Your buddy and you were duo queuing random? You mean in arena? I was playing random as a solo. Which is pretty tough, just getting like 2 random teammates, but it was alright, but mostly because my rogue kit is so overpowered, to be honest. If my rogue kit wasn't so OP, then it would have been like unplayable. They need to improve Wizard Stick, Shaw. They need to make the magic staff good again. That thing has seen so many nerfs. Give it pre-magic damage buff, and that would be great. Would be great. I doubt it though. I doubt it. The problem is, will PvE even be void of like toxic gameplay from players? I said it earlier. I mean, imagine going to fight a boss and then having random people that you can't kill steal your boss loot because they hit it one time and kill it after you do all the work. I know what's gonna happen. Like, I am telling you, like, remember this. You're gonna see Reddit posts day 1 of people griefing PvE. I'm telling you. I know what's happening. There is just simply no way in hell it's not gonna happen. I mean, I've spent easily 500 plus hours on Wizard alone. At least 500, I'm sure. Seeing a, you know, a goblin kill a player is so rare nowadays. Rare enough that you almost wonder if it was PvP related or not, because it seems hard to believe that sometimes you do have new players leak into these lobbies. PvE VoIP. Oh, I imagine it's gonna be toxic, but we'll see. But I think that's just because I don't trust the player base to be nice to each other. We'll see. We'll see if they're nice or not. Be nice if they were. I can already hear it now. You have the guy in VoIP, like, stealing someone's loot, and he's gonna be bragging about it in VoIP. Something like that. I just know. These Dark and Darker players are some shitheads, man. They're so rude. I'd love to be wrong, though. But I probably won't be. Do you think that the speed for clearing mobs is gonna be longer if you didn't kill them? What happens if somebody follows me while I'm killing mobs and just steals every single mob loot from me? You think that's gonna be possible? I hope not. I hope that's not a thing. Doesn't that sound silly? It's like, it's stupid stuff like that you think, okay, well, only a dickhead would do that. And then you think, oh, it's Dark and Darker, so, like, it's gonna happen. I would love a system in place on the stash to give me more to do, Nano. Oh. Oh, you shouldn't play the door game, huh? That guy had to be geared. He almost killed me and I completely outplayed him. I got 2 free hits and he almost killed me, which is crazy. I am very interested to see what he's running. Is it as good as I think it is? Well, it's high PDR. Like, his gear isn't super crazy. But, yeah, the PDR total is quite high. Which is why he ate so many hits. He might be 35% PDR. Which would explain why he ate so many extra hits than me. He's not built for speed like I am. We could find out right now. Yep, he's 35 for sure. Yeah, because with the helmet, that would give me the extra 3%. That's why that fight was so hard. I prefer building speed, though. But if you want to just completely dunk on, is that a rogue? I swear I saw a little shimmer or something. Hey, Big Willie. Oh, that was you. Yeah, GG, man. You were... Yeah, I think you were 35, Willie, so that means you were 65 with the PDR skill. That's the only reason I almost died to you. What was your movement speed at? I didn't check. Probably, what, like 280? 285, maybe? I haven't seen Copperlight pants in so long. I kind of forgot they existed. $293. Okay, that's a little faster than I thought. That's not bad. I'm surprised you turned away from me and let me get a free hit on the door. If you just committed there, I mean, you probably win. Unless I, like, outmaneuver you. Oh, he's... I got so low. It was a druid. Oh my god, that's so funny. Is he gonna die? He's panicking, boys. He's good. It's a druid player. He's fine. Coverlight is good, but in this meta, it's trash. Well, the problem is it's so slow. That's basically the TLDR of the problems alone. It's so freaking slow. I will say you are absolutely trolling by having fizz power on your champion armor. This should be action speed. There is absolutely no way 2 fizz power is better than 2% like speed. There's just no way. I think that's a misplay. I don't know if it would have mattered in that fight, but regardless. Just my own 2 cents. You're welcome to do what you want. You mess up on the door? Well, the door was ultimately your misplay, yeah. I couldn't believe you let me get a free hit like that. And remember, your build is slow. So there's nothing you can do to get away from me. Like, the moment I start winning a fight, you're already dead. Which is, you know, a problem. Problem for the build. Hey, you're totally new to Dark and Darker? Well, welcome, Warfer. Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I can try to answer them. Perhaps. I'm just underselling gear just to get it out of my stash. I just don't want to run out of money. But I don't really care enough to like min-max my sales. 500 gold for a surgical kit is so silly. So much gold for no reason. Can't decide whether to build strength or max movement speed. Strength isn't even what you want to be building. You want to be building movement speed and action speed for Cleric for this build. Action speed is so much better than strength. Because every extra hit you get is going to stack with the extra smite damage. You don't need to build strength for that. You need swing speed. Can you find white surge kits, or are they only from quests? I thought there was a quest item. You've been building 40 strength for every kit? I mean, you can, Nick. It's not that you can't build 40 strength, but I think the action speed version would beat your build, personally. Also, I think you get enough strength from the ale perk. Like, you already have 10 from Bruntlift Mastery, and you have 15 from Brewmaster. I think that 25% is enough. That you don't have to build more. It's better to just build speed. Yeah, Blake, I think they're expensive because you can't find them outside of questing. They get really expensive towards the end of wipe all the time. It happened last wipe, too. Usually hitting like 50% power. Yeah, it's not like 50% power is bad. It's just swinging faster just feels better. Go play 40% action speed Cleric, and then you'll realize why I like it so much. Hell, even 30% is really good. Heck, even in normals, I try to build like 8 to 13%, somewhere in that range. Because even in normals, having action speed is good. It's always good. A video? Yep, I do. I definitely have an action speed Cleric video somewhere. Probably in the last like week or two. A Warlock, but you die fast because you have 6 hours of playtime. Yeah. Yeah, I don't do it, man. I'm telling you, 6 hours is nothing, man. This game takes a long time to get good. I have about 3,000 at the moment, to give you an idea. It's just a completely different game once you get used to it. I will say Warlock as your first class is pretty tough, too. That is, like, really tough class to start with. Well, that's the thing. When you build high action speed, people just can't get away from you because you're swinging too fast. Even with your faithfulness on cooldown, the slow of the Morning Star is enough that they will not get away from you. They'll just die. It's really, really good for keeping someone from running. Easiest range to start on is Wizard. Bro, do not trick somebody to playing Wizard. I don't really want to fight the Sorcerer. Sorcerer is very scary for me. I have 2 invis pots, but I don't think it's gonna work. I just need to get away from him. The counter class, we don't play the counter class. Oh my god, all this is dead end. What do I mean? I don't want to fight the raid boss? The sorcerer? Bro, I hate fighting sorcerers. They just keep pushing me back with their freaking wind. It's so sad. I hate it. I hate every second of it. If I was a rogue or something, I could kill him. Or a barb. Heck, if I was Barb, I'd be W keying the hell out of them right now. It'd be so easy to kill them, but we're not Barb with Iron Will, so. I didn't. I'm sorry. I thought it was a I knew it wasn't a druid because he has plate boots on. I didn't know what he was doing. It just happened so fast. Oh. Poor guy. That Sammy is gone. GG. I didn't mean it, I promise. I didn't mean it. Oh god. Oh, this is called karma. The karma police is coming. Alert. Someone alert. The karma police. He's coming. Oh, we're here. Just quiet. Like we're playing a horror game. Bro, it's like, dude, it's like we're playing hide and go seek and he's a freaking killer. It's so bad, man. If he comes in here, though, maybe I can get the jump on him. What the? What are you doing here, buddy? What are you doing? Okay, well. I can fight you. Oh my god, he's stripping naked. Oh. Oh my god. Come back. Come back. Come here. Stop running. Oh my god, how do I kill him? Oh, I'm just dead because of the sorcerer. Why can't I attack on a ladder? Why did the sorcerer come back? This is rude. Oh, rude. I couldn't hit him. Why can't I swing on a ladder? Like, the sorcerer would have killed me anyway. The sorcerer, like, always had a free kill on me there. I'm so sad. I tried. Rats. You got TS? What is TS? Wanna play? Yeah, unlucky. Well, I didn't die because of the warlock. I died because the sorcerer just came out of nowhere and killed me. Yeah, that sorcerer really got me there. Damn sorcerer, man. God damn. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, that's just too heavy. Can I wear this? I can. I don't have gloves, though. I don't want my gloves. I mean, I could just wear white ones. It's fine. Yeah, I think that's okay. Good enough. Maybe we'll find a pair of gloves while we're playing. Walks, why don't you just tell me what you got? You're more than welcome to tell me what what it is. The stash organization is magnificent. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know it's really good. Thanks. Thanks. Great shot. I know it's good. Can't be much better than this. The Karma Police? Yeah, you mean the Sorcerer? Damn Sorcerer. I wonder what my speed is right now. 314. Why not the Calming Morningstar? It's like the same difference. Technically, it's slightly better, but it's I'm not here to min-max. I'm just here to put on a kit that's good enough to play with. Hey, AR. Yeah, I talked about the dev notes for like 2 hours earlier. It was quite lengthy. Kind of too much to talk about in like a quick stance. PvE mode's coming. Gear brackets are changing. Gear drops are changing, or like the big ones. How's that nowadays? It's okay. I mean, I'm still playing it because I don't really have any other extraction games to play, but I wouldn't really recommend playing this late into white, personally. Like, HR is dead, unless you like the PvE of it. There's like no one there because everybody's playing Arena right now. If you like Arena, it's only artifact weapons, so if you don't have it named, you're probably not gonna have very fun. He blew his load a little too early. I don't know why he shotgunned. I wasn't even close. That shotgun was really bad. I'm sorry, man. Like, purple longbow, that could one-shot me. Stuff. Hey, look! My gloves I needed. Nice. Sterling? I forgot that this even exists. Yeah, I thought about making a YouTube video on the patch notes, but I wanted to do a live Q&A. I could also do a video on it, but I'm not sure if I will or not. Looks easy when I play. Yeah, it's just because I've been playing for so long, man. I still make mistakes and stuff like that, but it is a very different game once you get used to it. Yeah, I know there's quite a few people that are waiting for the PvP mode to come out. I am curious if it'll end up being any good or not. Like, I wonder if Iron Mace will... I don't know. I wonder if the PvE crowd will be happy with it or not. We'll have to wait and see. Well, keep in mind, I'm also playing this game half paying attention because I'm constantly looking at my side screen and commenting on chat. Half the time I'm killing mobs or walking around, I'm not even looking at the monitor. I'm like looking at it from the side of my eye. When I play off stream, I feel like my game is so much better. I think 224 will still be sweaty for PvP. Because 225 plus is where artifacts can drop. But the sweaty PvP players don't care about that as much. They're just PvPing anyway. So you'll still see people there, I think. Well, they're removing a gear bracket, which will make up for the PvE mode being added. They're getting rid of 0 to 24 normals. It won't exist anymore, which is like minus 70 Qs. No joke. About 70 Qs total. Here's somebody? Probably not. 7 new monsters? Yeah. But they're just paid assets. I don't really feel very excited for paid assets being added to the game. I don't know. Maybe I'm a cynic or something, but like I don't know. It doesn't feel like that crazy to me. It's like, okay, well, you know, they paid some money and got some new monsters. Like, that's cool, I guess. But it's like, I don't know. It feels better. It would feel more interesting to me if they weren't just bought off the store, you know? Like, that knowledge kind of takes away from it quite a bit for me. So I don't really feel very excited for some new mobs. I think, like, 99% of Iron Mace's stuff is all from Unreal assets. I don't mind it being assets. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I think it's bad. I'm just saying that I'm not really excited for assets that are bought, you know? That's all. I don't think I'm gonna kill this guy. I'll just let him leave. He didn't use the exit! No! I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. I can't. I can't. He doesn't know how to exit the map. I can't kill someone like that. I would feel rude. I got a full kit back. Oh, that's kind of nice. Sure. I'm about to just start vendor and stuff. I really should organize this at some point, but I probably won't. Told me leaving one of my raids. Why'd I let the barb go? I don't think it was a barb. I think it was a Timmy fighter. I felt bad. He didn't know how to extract, so I don't know. I didn't want to kill him. You're at 35% right now. It's difficult to get to 40. Just depends on how you're building it. 35 is pretty good, though. You'll feel the difference at 35, 100%. Yeah, that guy didn't even, like, it's like he didn't know I was there. Like, he went past the exit, and then went to just open the door with his back turned to me, like I didn't exist, and then he, like, slowly turned around and shut the door, like... I don't know. It just feels bad killing someone like that, sometimes. I'm not in normals to kill noobs. I'm in normals because HR is dead. And there are good players that play here. So that's kind of who I'm after. Yeah. I don't join these games to like farm noobs. That's not my intention. Believe it or not. Not that I don't kill new players, but they're not my primary target. I haven't seen a hatchet kill in a while. I think hatchet barbs have been bullied out of solos for the most part. That might be why there's more sorcerers playing. Because hatchet barb just loses so bad to this build. They probably don't want to play, and I don't blame them. I don't want to play hatchet barb either. Dungeonborn had a great opportunity, and they fumbled the bag 100%. Kind of crazy how much they fumbled. Okay, I'm just gonna go this way. Too many mobs. PvE mode is not... Oh my god. These are such bad areas to go through. Can I, like, find a... Can I get, like, a good area? Like, all these suck. We'll go this way. This way's better. No, that way's not good either. I'm gonna go down below. I don't like any of these modules. Yeah, we'll go this way. Wait, this isn't good either. This will just bring me back to this room. I hate this room. That's okay. This area is okay. I want to aggro like the entire room here. Bola goblins are always scary because if you get hit once, it like chain hits. They're just so annoying. I don't want to fight like 10 mobs. That barb is like you? Oh no, you gotta give yourself more credit than that. I don't think that guy had 80 hours. If I had to guess, he probably has under 10. I don't know if it's a Timming or not, but... Oh, that's not a Timming. Yeah, nice try. Nice try. Alright. Do you think this is a Timmy? I don't know, I can't tell. I think it might be a Timmy. Oh my god, he said he just let loose the skeletons. What the hit? That's crazy. Okay. I have my song. Okay, I think we'll spare this guy. All right, I'll kill him. I was gonna kill him, but the barb sacrifice was enough for me. After that first hit, he should have just pulled. Well, he tried to, but I have good movement speed, so he just didn't quite get there in time. What? What's the play? Uh-oh. Is that a sorcerer? Uh-oh. Timmy, run! Timmy, run! Timmy, run! You run! I can't save you. I cannot save you here. Or a wizard, I don't know. I think it's a sorcerer. It could be a wizard too. Yeah, I can't save him against a spellcaster. He's on his own. Sorry, Timmy. You're on your own. If it was any other class, I would fight, but I can't. The spellcaster ain't it, Chief. I can't save him. I don't think the Timmy is good enough, frankly. He would have to use range. I don't think he even has a bow. I'm gonna reset. I got my bar killed. I wanna spectate my. I wanna spectate. Oh, it was a wizard. I thought it was a sorcerer. Where did the druid? Oh, that is the saddest thing I've ever watched in my life. The Timmy lives! Yes! Yes, he got away! Crazy. He's level 1, by the way. With 8 fame, so. Oh, that was funny. Wait, that was the wrong one? Wait, Timmy had a mustache? Are you sure that was the wrong one? What are the odds that we had 2 low-level bards in one game that had no range? I think that was the right Timmy. Maybe he had a drip change or something. You know? That's not the Timmy? They were telling me my Timmy might have died because I didn't see him. You'll get me back someday for all the times I killed you on Tuesday. I don't know what you're talking about. I never killed you. You must be thinking of a different firebox. Skin change mid-game? No, drip change. Maybe he just put on different clothing and it made it look different. Or something. I didn't see him in the kill feed, so maybe he got away. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I thought it was him, though. Maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't. I really thought it was him. I guess not. Yeah. Oh, well. Alright, guys. I think I'm gonna go and call it there for the night. I think we had some good games. We had a good discussion about wipe. Tomorrow, I am debating on trying out Shadows of Chroma Tower. I was going to play it, but they got rid of the PvP mode. So I'm not really sure if I'm going to play it still. I might just check it out for a few hours and then kind of call it there. Because I'm not really missing a whole lot in Dark and Darker right now with Arena still open. Once it closes, we might be able to go back to HR and fight some geared players, though, which should be fun. Thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, Amorous. I'm sorry. But it's time to go. Alright, guys, GG's. If you're on YouTube, you don't mind liking the video before you go. I'd appreciate it. It helps the VOD, so thank you in advance. If you are on Twitch, you don't mind liking. You don't mind following. I'm sure I'll see you guys soon. Alright. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. See you guys. Catch you later. Oh, I didn't know Path of Exile 2 was having a patch. I haven't played that in a while, though. So it's unlikely. We'll see. See ya.